Oh, good morning. I think I'm all set up here. I think I'm good. Yes. You know what I had to do? I had to put my phone on silent because I've been in kind of a rush this morning. So I want to make sure that that's not going to be bugging me. How is everybody doing this morning? Man, it has been this is only the first month of the year already. It's crazy. Just freaking chaos out there. Still kind of getting situated, where I'm at, making sure that we're all set over on Discord. But man, has anybody else felt it's just been exhausting, so far this month? Just every day so far. So we got some people filing in. Good to see everybody this morning. Let's see who we have in the chat so far. I see Jeremo 10. Good to see you. Thanks so much. Yep. Armageddon's Fire 3746. Good to see you, bud. Thank you so much for being here. Angelfish 8219. Luna Knights. Good to see you. Karas 2030. Good to see you. Good afternoon to you. It's morning here, but hope you all are doing well. I know people start filing in here. We just kicked it off about 5 minutes ago. But for anybody who is new here, this is the Stage of Reason. This is the once a month stage. This is the monthly stage I do over on the Politics Discord server. And of course, the link for the Politics Discord server is down in the description. And it's where I talk to believers and other people about what they believe and why. And subjects range from religion, theology itself, science, philosophy, all kinds of stuff. Sometimes occasionally we get into politics, and I know that nowadays, politics is it's all over the place, and it's wacky. Everything that's going down in Minnesota right now, to whatever the hell is going on in DC, stuff going on in California, the stuff that's going on the international stage. It's wild, and I know for a lot of people out there, it's really, really scary. But you know what? We're going to keep pushing back. We're going to keep fighting. And hopefully every once in a while, we'll get to do something where we get to do something fun, kind of take our minds off stuff for a moment, just to kind of like ease the tension. And hopefully that's what this will be. The Stage of Reason. I do this once a month. And hopefully this is kind of like a getaway, to kind of like talk about other stuff. Less scary stuff, like, how people believe in silly God concepts, stuff like that. Good to see you, Doom Based. Thanks so much for being here. Good morning. Good morning. All right. But, it's hard. It's hard not to talk about this stuff that's going on up north. I can tell you this. There was a reason where I live, because I'm in Oklahoma. The Muskogee Nation, which is literally just like, if you saw, I'm right next to the Muskogee Nation, because it's up northeastern Oklahoma near Kansas, and it's a massive area. And they put out a major alert that ice activities could be ramping up here in northeastern Oklahoma, and that we're not 100% sure. And, given that Governor Stitt is an absolute piece of shit, likely, Oklahoma Highway Patrol and local law enforcement will likely be assisting them or whatever. But, this is, where we are is extremely rural. And so I don't know what those kind of operations look like. But the Muskogee Nation put out a massive warning throughout pretty much the entire area, indicating that, ICE enforcement may be coming to, our area to northeastern Oklahoma. And if they do, be prepared, because they've been taking tribal members. They've been grabbing tribal members and spiriting them away. Apparently it happened up in Minneapolis. They grabbed 4 members of the First Nation up there and disappeared all 4 of them. They found 1, but the other 3 apparently cannot be located. So they don't know where they're at, or at least their lawyers and their families don't know where they're at, because the government's not telling them. And the Muskogee Nation down here is quite concerned about what that could look like, and what could potentially happen. So they just put out major warnings. I do know that I'm seeing a lot of, no warrant, no entry signs in the area, because here, and it's different from urban centers, but just the mentality. And I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you all about that. Rural mentalities are just different from urban center mentalities. And the people down here are, whether they are Republican or whether they're Democrat or whether they're centrist, it really doesn't matter. Rural people tend to be more private. They don't want people on their land. They don't want people, just rolling up on their properties. They don't want their vehicles here. They don't want their presence here. There's a lot of people here with livestock, a lot of people here with animals that they don't want to get hurt. Big families with lots of kids that they don't want caught in harm's way. So there's a real stay off, get off my lawn. There's a very real get off my property mentality in the rural areas. Very suspicious of people, just like unknown people coming onto the property, vehicles we don't recognize, people that we don't recognize. And when you have situations like down in Texas, when you had ICE agents, federal agents, jumping fences, like jumping somebody's fence into their backyard without acknowledging themselves, without announcing themselves, you wonder why things haven't gotten uglier than they are. But I can guarantee you, like that kind of stuff doesn't fly. So I don't know where this is all going to go. It's kind of scary. I've got my property done up. I've got notices posted around on all my fences, and hopefully nothing pops off. But we would see where we are. We would see something coming. It's like anybody rolled onto our property, we would know. So where it goes from there, I have no idea. But stay safe out there. Definitely know your rights. Nobody has access to your property without a judicially signed warrant, without a judicial warrant. So keep that in mind. I know it's scary times out there. It really, really is. And we have no idea if this Congress is going to do anything, because so far they have done nothing. So they're they're all acting like Donald Trump is John Wick or something, and they just can't do shit. But all we can do is keep fighting the good fight. Really, it's really depressing. It's really freaking depressing. It really is. Stephen Lee Art, good morning to you. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Edison Carter, 3841, good to see you. Says, good morning. 2026 feels like Vader versus Lando scene. This year feels like it's getting worse all the time. And we're not, it's only the first month. We're only halfway through. It's just like, we're just past the halfway mark of the very first month. And it's already, they're talking about canceling the midterms, or Trump trying to start a war so that he can be a wartime president and then suspend the elections. Whatever they have to do to stop the people from speaking, because they know that they're going to lose. They know in the midterms, they know it's gotten so bad that in the midterms they will lose. They will lose the powers, the stranglehold they have over the Congress, and then Congress will finally have the power to legitimately shut him down and impeach him and get rid of him. So that's why he's desperately doing everything he can to try and incite everything in Minneapolis in order to declare, the Insurrection Act and basically go to war against the state. Because if he can create any kind of obstacle he can to literally just set the stage so that he can just suspend elections until peace is restored. That's what they're going for. I didn't think when he was reelected, or when he was reelected and the GOP took control of the House and the Senate, I pretty much, my prediction was that they wouldn't do anything overtly insane until after the midterms. That was my prediction, is that the overt insanity wouldn't come until after the midterms, because after the midterms, they would have secured their power for the remainder of his term. And so like the next 2 years from there would be whatever. But boy, was I wrong, because the overt insanity has come out way early and just war crime after war crime after war crime, and then all of a sudden, now it becomes clear because they realize. I think when the tariffs thing dropped, and that spectacularly backfired, and the people who voted for him were suddenly realizing that it was not going to turn out the way that they thought. All of a sudden, popularity began to dip, and then from then on, it became a constant. What can we do next to distract? And then, of course, the whole Epstein thing dropped, and then, of course, it was one thing after another to try and basically create chaos in order to eventually create a scenario to where they can suspend so that they can have a justifiable reason to suspend the midterms. And I don't know what that would look like. Well, I don't know what the outcome of that would be. I know that a lot of Americans would be hella pissed if the elections were canceled. I know that the world is laughing at us right now because we can't get our shit under control. So, hey, God equals square root of. Good to see you. So I honestly don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know what's going on. It's chaos. It's scary when you legitimately. I wish I could say it's all bluster. It's all just BS. Or will the active military actually finally take a stand and say, like, we're not doing this? These are illegal orders, in violation of particular articles that are important for national security. We're not doing this. But I don't know. Frankie Elder God says a lot of Americans wouldn't be pissed if the elections were canceled. I think that they would be. I mean, it's not what the polls are saying. It's not what the statistics say. So, a small minority. MAGA is a minority. They're a minority group, as evidenced by the fact that who's that MAGA asshole who went up to Minnesota to do a Proud Boys rally, or do like his hate rally, and that was the Jake something went up there to Minnesota to do that was yesterday, and 11 people showed up. Thousands upon thousands of protesters in the street, marching against this fascist a-hole that's currently in the White House and his goon squad and his brown shirts who are sowing havoc in the streets of Minneapolis. And then a hate rally, going to show up and do their little thing. And 11 people showed up. And not only 11 people showed up, but they were dispersed like rather in short order by the actual protesters. They were dispersed rather quickly, and then Jake had to be escorted. He had to be protected on his way out, and they were basically chased out of the city. So, yeah. The demonstrations after Renee Good's murder pretty much signify that. Yeah, a mother, wife, poet, whose last words were, "I'm not mad at you," while she was trying to wave them past her, trying to give them the right of way because, she was pulling out, they were driving by, and then they go and create a scenario where they then murder her. That's what they did. And so, the protest that resulted from that, okay, they canceled they canceled the elections. Nah, they try to. Yeah, a lot of people are gonna be pissed. Think of the No Kings rallies. Yeah, pale in comparison. So, but like I said, hey, Peter Collings 44, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I don't know. Good. Tacos, give me the heads up. All right. And we should be kicking off here in about 12 minutes. Yeah, I could see that, God equals. So I think sometimes Obama broke the brains of the people on the right. Yeah, a lot of them still ain't recovering from the fact that we had a black president. Ooh, scary. But and for all of his faults, there was a lot of things that Obama got wrong, a lot of things that that Biden got wrong. For all their faults, though, they didn't do Jake Long, who was a J6er, who was pardoned by Trump. Yeah, thank you, beam me up, Bob. And ran his ass out on a rail. Pretty much, he had to be protected by one of the people he was there to vilify. Openly racist dude who casually uses the N-word to describe black people, and he had to be escorted to safety by a black person. Yeah, so. Duramo 10. I've put out messages. I haven't gotten, this maybe that it's too cold out, or maybe people are, I don't know, but I haven't gotten anything back, but I put out a few messages to who might be a special guest today. Don't know who it might be, but, we'll see if somebody pops up. If not, I mean, I'll kick off the stage and I'll handle it myself until somebody pops in. So, and then I can have a special guest to share the load. But we'll see. But I know it's crazy out there. I know it's chaos. And we don't know when it's going to, I know a lot of people out there are wondering, if it's going to come to their city or if it's not. It's weird that, that we're not seeing this in Texas, as extreme, given that Texas has the highest percentage of, like, you say, like, undocumented people, but that's that's a red state, and it's Governor Abbott. So either way, I don't know. It's just chaos. It's hypocrisy. It's chaos. It's just nuts. So hopefully we can get there. We can get through this time, relatively unscathed, and hopefully secure our democracy, or our democratic republic, before, it falls, because that's what the world is pretty much expecting. Us being one of the youngest nations on the planet, at only 250 years, and everyone else has seen this before, been around hundreds of years before us, and they're all like looking around and going like, yeah, we've seen it before, first time, huh? And we'll see, they're just waiting to see if we survive. But I guess we will find out. Other than that, as far as what's going on, just like, personal stuff, things are going pretty good over here. We're just, pretty much hanging out, just putting the work together, planning the next adventure to go out with the dogs, and we're thinking of still the strong possibility we may wind up relocating, just because, when we took that trip up north, some areas that I absolutely fell in love with, and I know Angela did as well. Just to be able to wake up in the morning and see the things that we saw, and so there's a possibility. I don't see myself, living out the rest of my life in Oklahoma. I just don't see it. I need vistas. I need to look out. I need to go out. Go out in the morning. I need to see things. Not just fields. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope, good to see you. Good morning. I think Obama was invading Texas are weirdly quiet. Now all of a sudden, see, it's weird because now all of a sudden all these cats are like, so not with the Second Amendment. Just Taco doing a quick check-in to make sure that we're all set. Got about 8 minutes before we kick off. All right. Edison Carter's radical conservatives, aka regressives, were shocked a black president didn't follow the racist stereotypes and spoke intelligently, so they elected a narcissist TV shows to swing the other way. Right. It just, like, the pendulum goes hard in the other direction. I don't know where this is going to wind up. I really don't. I don't want it to turn into political violence is always like, you never want it to get there, and it should always be an extreme last resort. We shouldn't ever have to get there, but human history tells us something completely different. That sometimes these things are unavoidable, and you hope that it's it's over quickly because who wants another civil war? I don't. I don't want to say this is insane. So wow. Yeah, I agree. People did interpret her. I mean, I don't think it was a weakness. There were racists out there that interpreted her as being uppity, but that's an educated black woman for you, who's not going to put up with, the racist bullshit. But yeah, there were racists who interpreted her as being that. Obviously, I don't think we'd be in the shitstorm that we are in right now. Where she been elected, but hey, Durango 10, Tree of Liberty, yada yada yada, Jefferson, true. Like I said, I don't know where it's going to go. I hope it doesn't go that far. I really don't. I mean, I really do. I really hope it doesn't go that far. Fingers crossed it doesn't. Fingers crossed we don't have to. I don't want to see that kind of shit in my lifetime, in this nation. But you never know. Captain Trips. It's interesting. I can't tell if Captain Trips is just trolling or what the position is. Still winning. The Soy Army is going to rebel. So obviously, if you're making fun of people on the left, if you're making fun of like liberals or people on the left, it's interesting that you would name yourself Captain Trips, which was the nickname of the plague that killed everyone in the Stand. That was literally implied in that book to be the work of the devil. So is that intentional or is that just, ironic? Are you being intentionally ironic when you say that to express that your opinions come from the devil? Or did you see your Captain Trips and you think it's cool? Because that's where that comes from the Stand. So in case you didn't know, maybe you did know, I don't know. But yeah, if you want to say if you want to name yourself after like the implied weapon of the devil, then that's on you. I mean, I don't know if you're a believer or not, but the plague itself was allowed to occur. The implication was that it was the work of the devil because it was allowed. The plague itself was not the wrath of God. The plague was God allowing that to take place in order to separate the wheat from the chaff, and to eliminate flag from that particular dimension. So that was the battle between good and evil. But that wasn't God emptying out the bowls. That was God allowing it to finally take place, because the individuals who constructed the virus, whether it's the super flu or Captain Trips, but the individuals that constructed it were led by evil forces. That was the whole point. That was the devil arriving to wipe out everything and then establish his new kingdom. That's the whole juxtapose there. So Captain Trips was not the wrath of God. You did not get that book at all, because that's not who Randall Flagg is. Okay. Oh, true. Yeah. Duramo. Yep. All right. I think we're getting started here. Let me pop over here. I think we're at 9:58 and share my screen. And make sure my audio is on. Make sure we're good. No, stop. Hang on. There we go. And hopefully that notification went out to everybody. There we go. There's Andrew. Roger Myrtle, that's funny. Acquisition of Greenland just gives Trump bragging rights of a bigger island than Epstein's. It's island envy. It's true. Yes, Wicked Pissa. Yes. Good morning and fuck ice. Absolutely. Hey, Andrew, good to see you. Cindy Johnson, good morning. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. From the YouTube side. Yep. All right. So, Andrew, I'm assuming that the notification went out as normal. Good. Yes, there we are. People are starting to file in. Good to see everybody this morning. As a matter of fact, since here, let me go ahead and do this while I do my little thing, do my little intro, because people are filing in right now, and I see that people already got their hands up. But I got to do my intro. So if you have your hands up, please stick around. Feel free, but I need to do my little intro. So welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. I am JL. I am hosting this over on YouTube as well. So it's up good from the start. Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. And welcome to my stage. And of course, this is where we talk to believers about what they believe and why. Subjects can range from theology itself, religion, specific religions, science, philosophy, doesn't really matter, but we pretty much cover all the topics. Yes, even politics, if someone wants to go there, as long as we keep it cool. But other than that, but yeah, so I welcome people to raise their hands, come up on stage. If I will prioritize people who have not been up before, and of course believers, because those are the individuals that I want to talk to. And if you have questions for me as an atheist, then feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. And of course, let's have a really, really good stage and hopefully some good conversations. Some good conversations. All right. And let me see here. I wanted to bring Andrew up because I don't have a guest currently. And I know Andrew likes to come up on stage and have fun. So, but I see. Okay. Nick, yeah, come on, dude. You got to do something about that name. But yes.
Howdy.
Hey, Big Andrew.
How you doing?
Doing good. Oh, Roger
Awesome.
Myrtle says, found your channel from the collab, from the Super Atheist Friends collab. Nice. Thank you very much, Roger. I do appreciate that. I hope you enjoyed that. That was a fun one. Hopefully we'll get to do it again soon. A little bit late for that. All right. Well, I guess we have one person with their hand up. Of course, remember, if you are a believer, please, feel free to put your hand up. We'd love to have a chat with you and talk to you about what you believe and why. And, or if you have any questions for us, love to hear those if you happen to be a believer. But this is where we talk about Stage of Reason, where we bring reason to bear, where we talk to, we talk about irrational beliefs and the irrational behaviors that often follow them, and how with education, rationality, and reason, we can bridge the societal divides that they create, which is my channel, Bridge the Divide, over on YouTube. So, hey, what's up, AA Batteries? I see some people I recognize in there, but some good to see some people here. See AA, and then, of course, I see a bunch of new faces, like a lot of new faces that I've not met before. All right. Well, we got some people with their hands up. Andrew, what do you think? Should we give Nick a shot? What do you feel?
Like Nike said, just do it.
Just do it.
Forgiveness and permission.
Do it. Do it now. Go now.
Get to the chopper.
All right, we'll give Nick a shot, and hopefully we can minimize hopefully do. It's always wacky on Discord. Never sure. Nick, how's it going? Make sure you're not muted. If you're on, yeah, there you go. If you can unmute yourself. Ooh, look at Heartless with the Shamar Moore PFP. I like him in Criminal Minds. He was good in SWAT too.
All right, I'm back. Y'all can hear me right now?
Yes,
Okay.
you're just
All right, so
you're a little
all right.
little
So
close.
first thing
hold up.
I wanna-
Hold up. You're a little close to your mic, so you're spiking a little bit.
All right. Okay. So first thing I like to, are you religious or no?
No, I'm an atheist. I'll let
Okay,
Andrew. I'll let
okay.
Andrew speak for
All right,
himself.
interesting.
Not what you'd expect as religious on my side.
Okay. Neither am I. Okay. Now, are you guys? Do you guys think? Let me see. Okay. Well, we can't do that then because if you religion guys that. Do you guys believe gender is a real thing, physical, or do you believe it's spiritual?
Well,
So-
okay. Okay, back off your mic just a little bit.
All right. Do you believe that gender is physical, or do you think it's a spiritual thing?
Believe that what is physical or spiritual?
Do you believe that gender is a physical, or do you think it's a real spiritual thing akin to
It's-
religion?
Neither one. It's sociological. But I don't think it's spiritual. I
What
would
is that
describe it as
supposed
that because spiritual for me is literally just like profoundly emotional. It's just a way to differentiate between really profound emotions and just your basic everyday emotions. Something that affects you deeply. So, but I would say that, but on an emotional side, but I don't think it's there because there are sociological inputs that go into like what is accepted, what is an accepted gender, or what we accept as gender. And so I would say it's a sociological thing, not a biological or spirit or emotional.
Okay. Now, what if I were to tell you that current LGBTQ narratives and Christian narratives are more similar than they might think of each other?
You'd have to be more specific.
I
So fill in the blank for us.
Yeah,
Just tell
yeah.
us where you think they're going with that.
I'm just saying, what if I told you? So I'm going to outline. So the reason why I say that, though, is that you see a lot of religious people. Like, they always know God's real, okay? But when you ask them and press them on them, like, what is this? You're like, I just feel it really strongly. And I'm asking, okay, if someone says identifies this thing, or they say this thing's real, like, I know it's wrong. Okay, so then what makes you this? It's because I identify as this. And so it goes in a circle. And so I see a lot of the same think trains. It's very circular reasoning with religions and Christian people. So I want to contrast that to to outline, why I believe what I believe about it. And so I believe that there's nothing quite truthfully about it. And I think it just goes in a circle at the end of the day. So I'm like, what's it?
No, there's a glaring disparity in there. When you talk about identify as, basically they're talking about their own brain state. So their brain state is their brain state, unless you're a mind reader and you want to call them a liar. So they're talking about themselves at that point, as opposed to there's a thing out there. There's a thing out there. It is a whatever spiritual thing. It has thingness. It is independent of me and has existence. They are not at all the same.
Yeah, I would actually.
How does a brain know whether it's a male brain or a female brain? How is she supposed to know that?
Well, firstly, I want to address this. I do see the parallel that you're seeing. But I also agree with Andrew in that there is a slight category error there, because while the Christians are identifying as Christian because they feel a certain thing, the thing that they're claiming that they're connecting to is something external of themselves, like a thing that they believe exists independent of their minds, whereas trans individuals are self-identifying. So I see the parallel.
Okay.
I see the parallel you're drawing, but there is a disconnect between the two. As far as, but I see where you're going with the argument there.
What if I were to go further though? What if I were to say, you've heard this probe too, but people think that they're born in the wrong body, and so I'm like, well, how can you be born in the wrong body?
Well, that was to address.
So I wait. Hold on a second. I believe. Hold on a second. I believe that touches upon spirituality. Whenever you say you're born in the wrong body, that starts to infuse ideas of religion and spirituality.
Well, okay, so that goes to some aspects of the predominantly aspects of biology, because we do know that there are structural differences between individuals, between biological men and biological women. And so in their brains, that there are structural differences as a result of their development within when they're in utero. And so we have noted that individuals who that there is correlation, strong correlation, that individuals who identify as trans more often than not present the biological structures of a of a brain that you would expect to be in a female body, whereas opposed to a male body. But this is not a one-to-one correlation. So, but we do see it's not every one of them, but it does exist, and it is something that is there. Now, I think that individuals who grow up and throughout the entirety of their lives, from the point of their self-actualization to like going forward, have always felt disassociated from their physical form. They may be suffering from such a condition in which, in development, when their body was developing in utero, that they may have been subjected to whatever wackiness occurs during that period of time, and they may be suffering from an identity crisis because their external body does not match how they internally perceive themselves. So
okay, all right. So I'm going to start off.
I would say just like you. I'm just guessing you're cis, right?
Yeah. Well, cis, do we have to come on? Just you straight.
Okay, so well, it's not necessarily straight though, but you're not trans, you're cis, just to oppose from trans. And so as a man, as a male, you have an internal sense of your maleness. Okay?
Yes.
And if you imagine women who are cis have an internal sense of their womanness, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Then all
cultural,
you have,
yes.
Yes, exactly. Culturally, internally, however they perceive it. Well, just flip it. Just like how exactly. And so a person who's like, I'm in a male form, but I have this internal sense of womanness, and they can't their brains can't reconcile that. Hence the dysphoria and the dysmorphia.
All right. Now let me ask you. I'm going to ask you maybe a question or two, and then I'm going to lay out my personal theory for what this whole thing's going on. Now we're going to start off with this one. All right. We'll circle back to the question I asked earlier. Do you think that a man can, just say you have a physical man, do you believe that someone can tell the female the structure of their brain, not without anything else known, like they didn't get any scan, they can just guess the structure of their brain? Do you think that's an actual reliable indicator?
Just from looking at their external body? No, I don't think so. It's far too complex. Neural pathways and stuff like that.
What about with their feelings? What about with their feelings? So like, say they have a strong intent. Say I'm a dude, okay, and I wake up one day and I think, you know what? I think I might have a female structure of the brain. Do you think I would be right on that, or do you think I just don't know enough?
You could be right. You may be misinterpreted. That requires more. Just from the scant information you're giving me, you could be. You might not be. It requires more investigation.
Okay, but you think it would probably be safe to say no? I likely don't have enough information to tell that.
I'm sorry. One more time, because you.
Would you think it's likely to be safe to say that I don't have enough information to tell that?
It's possible, but not guaranteed.
Okay, because I believe that when you start saying people can do that, it starts to lead to more a spiritual point of view. It's like when you say, oh, can you know that there's a God in the universe? I'm like, how can you know something you can't see? You can't see the inside of your brain like you cannot see the ends of the universe, okay? And so when you start to accept ideas like that, I believe that in many ways, people start to become hypocrites. Like LGBTQ people and Christian people are very against each other, okay? But like sometimes they'll make double stands within their own things that they would not entertain from the other side. So that's what I wanted to touch upon. Now, laying on to my theory, though, my personal theory about it is that I view that this maleness, internal maleness and femaleness, isn't actually biological. I believe it's cultural. And the reason why I say that, though, is because we've looked at men and women, okay? And there was a gender theory that men acted a certain way, women acted a certain way, and whatnot, because of biology and whatnot, which isn't true. It's just how men and women were socialized by their parents and by the environment. Now, my theory is that these men who came out as trans, whatever it was, were not actually biologically female brain. That's just a correlation. I believe that they were just treated more womanly, or maybe they were gay, and so they got picked on, and so they adapted to a certain role that was more feminine, and then they went from there. Then they said, "Oh, I'm feminine, so I must be a woman," which I believe that's very silly. Like, if a woman's masculine, it doesn't make her a man, doesn't it? I don't believe so.
I do. I will agree with you that I do think culture and the cultural stereotypes that we have developed in this country do play a massive role, and the pressures and societal and cultural pressures can wind up pushing an individual into a position that may not be accurate for them, but they do it as a result of those pressures, and that can only exacerbate the problem. So, but I agree with you on that we do see a lot of that in this nation where someone may go way more into a position that they don't normally, if there was no pressure, they wouldn't go where they wouldn't wind up where they were at. But as a result of the societal pressure, they wind up doing that. So whether it's like I think it's different for each person. Each person needs to take it. It needs to be explored on their own merits and to try and understand these things. So, but I do think you're right. I think there is a major cultural I think, impact on these things. I do agree with you on that.
Yes, because I see a hypocrisy when gender brain theory was like I've seen many feminists criticize gender brain theory, calling it sexist against women, but then these same women are the same ones who support transgenders, which posit gender brain theory. And so I'm like, what's going on here? It just seems like a lot of holes.
I think what it ultimately comes down to is about charitability, about an individual's self-reporting about their subjective internal experience. Because when it comes down to it, whatever degree an individual is claiming that the subjective internal experience is, they're the ones that are self-reporting about what's going on in their own minds. And so I think it behooves society as a whole to be more charitable about these individuals self-reporting instead of simply gaslighting them into saying, no, you don't feel the way you feel because it's a natural thing. You feel the way you feel because of all of these external factors that you're not taking into account, because it diminishes their autonomy and diminishes their identity. Yeah. So I think that more work needs to be done in order to determine, what is going on with this person, because they may have a legitimate problem that we can help them fix in order to help them pass their dysphoria or their dysmorphia, or there may be other factors in play, So, but it requires us to do the work. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, when we talk about feelings, I won't go too deep. I'll just give surface level. Feelings involve hormones, interplay within brain neural circuits and whatnot. If someone's feeling depressed, okay, there's hormones that do that. Like we give people certain levels of dopamine, they have dopamine deficits, we look a little whatnot. But I don't think brain gender or differences between men and women on average contribute to depression just on and of itself. I believe that those are just cultural interplay, and then what happens is that because the way we see masculinity and femininity, it downstreams to physiological effects and how we see it, whatnot. It becomes that. But that's just my personal opinion. But we'll move on a little bit, and this is another aspect. Another claim I see a lot is that people say it's not the same thing. We're just making a new definition. So it's like, but then I'm saying, okay, if trans women are really not trying to be women, then why are all the surgeries and procedures that they do and hormones are to adapt the female form? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. Sex and gender is not the same thing. So,
yeah, I think gender affirming care is extremely important. Cis people do it all the time. Guys get hair implants, women do, cheek fillers, whatever it is. That's all gender affirming care. And so, and I think if one side should be allowed to do all the gender affirming care they want, because a guy will take Viagra to feel like more of a man. So they take pills, they do injections, they do surgeries in order to make themselves feel more like their gender, which is male or female or whatever, whatever gender they identify with. Well, trans people should be afforded that same option. The only reason that they are not allowed the freedom to do that across the board, just like cis people are, is simply because cis people, by and large, don't I say like that a lot of people are just they don't like the idea of that, or I think it's because I think that for a very small minority of them, they're terrified of being tricked because they're either homophobic or whatever, and they don't want to be like, oh, that's a gorgeous looking woman, and then they feel like they've been tricked or trapped, which is totally on them. That's their failing. but that's, I mean,
Well, okay.
but gender affirming care should be
Well, I mean, I
available for
wouldn't.
all.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I wouldn't. Well, I wouldn't be surprised though, because the goal of these procedures is to adapt the female form, which people conveniently say that female and male and man and woman are not the same thing, right? I'm sure you would say that, right? You would say that.
As long as we're as
But
long as
then-
we as long as we have the right context, because biological male,
Yeah,
biological
you would say
female,
that.
yeah, the biology and the gender shouldn't be conflated. That's an important thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You would say that, okay, but I don't understand it. If that and then they would say, oh, trans people are just trying to be women. They're not trying to be female. It's just a common statement I hear and whatnot. Okay, then why in the world are they trying to remove their penis, which, if I'm not mistaken, is a sexual body part, which is considered under the female or male form, whatever it is.
Well,
So I'm like, that seems like a
yeah.
contradiction. If
No,
it's
well,
not
they
really
can alter
yeah.
I mean, it's still a secondary sex characteristic. So they can alter their external body to more match their internal experience, which is fine. We can do it, and we can do it successfully, and we can improve quality of life by doing it. And it goes both ways. You have, from male to female, whether you have trans men or trans women, it can swing either way depending upon the individual. So
okay.
I would say that it's just another way of trying. Now, I can guarantee you that if we did have the technology to biologically alter someone, then there are individuals who would want to do that. They would want to switch because it would be more in line with their subjective internal experience, which, if we have the tech, we should be allowed to do that.
Yeah. And I believe that hypothetically, I believe that if we had the technology to swap people's gender fully without any just complete transformation, I believe that transgender people would do that. And I believe that the whole idea that they're trying to create a new definition is kind of cope. I believe that they're trying to adapt to a group. They're not trying to make a new group of their own. For example, they want to fit into women's locker rooms. That is trying to co-key with another group. So if they run into be a different group and be treated separately, they wouldn't be doing that. But they're trying to be into women's spaces. So it means that they're trying to adapt same term. But when they say, "Oh, we're not," it's just cope. It's just to pretend, because they intellectually know that they cannot fully reach that point. That makes sense.
To be in the spaces that they are more comfortable in, yes, because you could say that there are trans women who are simply not comfortable in male restrooms, and so that, I mean, obviously for whatever reasons, for the reason that they have, and so they would do it so that they could have better access or more acceptable access to areas that make them more comfortable and make them feel safe, which is what's important.
Okay, yeah, and so then I feel like we agree. Then it means that they're trying to fit into this new group and whatnot, and I think it believes that they're not trying to create a new definition. It's just that they're limited in scope of what they can do. They cannot change their internal ovaries. They cannot change the fact that they cannot get a womb and everything, right?
Well, I mean, even those things eventually one day maybe, but we're getting down to the base of it. Is like we're talking about like changing chromosomes, like altering chromosomes and stuff like that. So there are certain biological things that we can't change, currently, that we don't have the capacity, we don't have the technology to do so. But there are many things that we can. There are many trans individuals like trans men who will get hysterectomies because they don't want the biological side effects of having female reproduction, because there are things that come along with that. And so it depends upon the individual. And so long as we have the gender affirming care that is available to them, we can decrease the amount of harm that comes from simply ignoring them or gaslighting them into thinking that they're to them thinking that they're wrong. So I think above and beyond, it should be about decreasing the amount of harm by allowing these individuals to express themselves how they want to express themselves, accepting them for who they are, and supporting them in their journey of mental health, which I think is is the most important thing. And so long as this is a big thing, because in the recent court hearings, in the recent Supreme Court stuff that came up, Senator Josh Hawley was asking a doctor about, he kept trying to pin her on the question, can men get pregnant? And this really, really pissed me off because, and it wasn't just his ignorant question, it was the fact that the doctor was not responding in the way that she should have, because we can't expect all doctors to be like, down on like social nomenclature or whatever like this. But the whole point was the context was he was asking if biological men can get pregnant. And he was, but he didn't acknowledge the difference, the distinction between sex and gender. So he was conflating the two. The doctor didn't recognize that, and tried to, and wound up hemming and hawing on the answer, which makes it look worse. And so instead of saying, "Well, Senator, what context are you talking in? Biological context or a sociological context?" Because that would have ended the question, but. We need to be more educated on this. At least our leaders.
And this perfectly leads segues into what, in fact, I think one of the most final things I want to talk with you about. And I feel like this is very even more important because, first of all, words are all made up, right? We agree on that.
Right. Yes, we do make up words. Yes.
Okay. I want to know. Now, words all have utility. Okay. And if we look at the initiation of woman and the word female, they were initially synonyms of each other. That is how they were created. There was no difference. That's why they would, in a court hearing like that, in a place like this, they'd be using the same context, because for the large part, the way they were created is that they're the same exact word. They're just, it's just female is mainly more in a scientific setting, and woman is more of like a day-to-day type of usage.
Right, I agree that there was a time, a very long time, when these words were used interchangeably, and they were effectively synonymous in the English language. But given that words are polysemous and can change, and then new context can be derived as new information comes forward, it's important. Yeah, I would say you're right. It's important to remind people that yes, it was this way culturally, but we can change. And their lack of comfort, or the fact that a change in like these things makes them uncomfortable, is irrelevant, because the change reflects individuals that deserve the change reflects individuals that deserve to have representation. So they just need to get over themselves.
Okay, well, but let's be fair here, though. Let's be fair here. You guys want change. We want the same. Who's right? I don't believe there's a right side or a wrong side.
Well, that's why I brought up. That's why I brought up.
Yeah,
the change reflects individuals. The change reflects the experience of individuals that deserve to be represented, instead of being seen as an outcast out group. So,
well, there will always be out groups in society. It's inevitable.
Do they know?
Always people that disagree.
Yeah, but we
cannot. Wait, hold on 1 second. Well, in order for something to be commonplace, something has to be not commonplace. In order for let me see, the common sense to not, for example, rape people, that raping people has to be an act seen as a bad thing that people who do are an out group, and it's considered wrong. I know that's an extreme example, but it's just to show you
that is not applicable.
The contrast. Wait, can you finish? I'm just trying to contrast it. I know it's an extreme example. It's overboard. No, not because but we do this with everything. When there's a
category error.
Hold your horses. Let me finish what I'm saying, and you respond. When there's a common thing seen as commonplace, there's a thing seen as not commonplace. You cannot have them both together. That's my point.
If you add something,
okay,
Andrew, you go ahead, Andrew. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that we're done with the category error, now you're bringing like moral value into how do I see myself in terms of personal expression.
Okay.
So, exactly like what forms of dance are morally wrong? Like, hold on, wait. What hairstyle should I be punished for?
No one's talking about punishing anything. The point is, I'm not saying anything wrong.
No, because you got into, you brought morality into this. You made a terrible category error. So
what
you just throw that truck right off the cliff.
No. What you're saying I brought morality? No, I just use a contrast. Now, maybe you mistook. I was extremely.
Your contrast.
I was trying to point out
the error.
The point is that when something's in style, okay, something comes out of style. When rock and roll used to be the rebels, okay, at some point it became the mainstream. I'm just saying something has to get thrown out in order for something to get thrown in. Two things typically cannot coexist at the same time, and that's just how it is. Words evolve. The words get new definitions over time, and certain ones get thrown out, and certain ones get subbed back in. Now, what I'm trying to point out here is, hey, Warren, you still here? Where were we before we got all the sidetracked? What was the thing? Because I was pointing out.
Oh, I was just letting Andrew, get his part out.
Yeah,
what he
but
wanted to address.
You kind of misunderstood what I was saying. Just kind of got a little bit misunderstood. My intention was not to spark morality debates. It was just to say that something has to go out of style. There has to be some outgroup.
I
remember what I was saying.
Yeah. So things can exist simultaneously. Of course, there's overlap. That's like saying, can there only be one economic model in the world? I think places with communism beg to differ. Your idea that everything has to be a monolith is sadly mistaken. Look outside and realize that no one matches that. How about religions? Do they all agree? No. How about this? Do they all agree? No. Do they coexist? Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely, all of existence tells you you're wrong.
No. A lot of religions actually don't even like each other that much. Like, for example,
I know, but we're still here, aren't we?
That's not what I'm debating with you right now. You're strawmanning me. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that for the most part, there's usually polarity. Like, for example, with the right and the left, there's usually a switch. 4 years, we swap to the right, 4 years to the left. I'm not saying there always is going to be some middle, okay? There's nuance to everything. We agree on that. I'm just saying, though, that there will always be rebels, there will always be out groups, in and out groups, no matter which society we live in. All right? So to say, oh, it's kind of sad we've been out group, yeah, it's sad. But what time and period of society has there never been an out group? Find me one. There always has been. But anyways, moving on, though.
Yeah,
the point is that
you want dichotomy. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right.
So
okay.
Of course,
so you don't believe that there? You don't.
So are you going to let me to voice the actual objection here?
Okay.
So you brought in the idea of always like left, right, always this or that. That's a very it is a false dichotomy. Now take a look politically, like at everywhere else that has not stuck down to a two-party system, that hasn't given up down to that little paradigm. Places where you end up with minority governments. So yeah, you're trying to make everything black and white. This is a black and white fallacy kind of across the board. That we got to cede to this. No, we don't.
Okay. All right. Is that all right? All right. So that's what you're going to say. No, my response to that would simply be that in America and whatnot, obviously, from what I've seen, we had Joe Biden, I think, running. We got him. Now, after that, it appeared we got finished with him, and then we swapped over to Trump. And if you look at across American history and whatnot, it's typically this thing where you move on from one president to the other. Now, I'm not saying there isn't nuance. Like, I don't want to get data oppression. What my own point, though, is that there will always be some level of polarity in a sense where, like, you want to move on from the next thing, it's the other thing, and you move back and forth. But moving on, though, to the more important point was about word usage. The majority of people do not use gender in the way that these new people are using. And so that's why I would say that, I don't feel like we should force it. And so I believe that this whole thing is artificial. I believe that change is not real. And I believe that if, say, a majority of people were using the word and there would not be this problem in conflict.
I think it's totally tubular.
And so the kind of thing that you're bringing up, Nick, is that we saw these same kinds of arguments where people where culture, where society was shifting to one perspective from another perspective. And we saw the same thing during the civil rights movements. And we saw these things during the LGBTQ movements you're going all the way back to the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. And that. So when one minority group that was typically oppressed begins fighting for the representation, and then all of a sudden different nomenclature comes in, and then one group feels like they're being forced to accept a group that they don't want to accept, but society itself is largely changing. We're seeing that again. We saw the same thing with African Americans and how certain terms became taboo and other ones became acceptable as cultural shift began to accept these individuals and not persecute them. The same thing happened with the LGBTQ movement in the 70s and the 60s, 70s, and the 80s when those fights were going on, and eventually that happened. There's going to be opposition from individuals who don't want the change. And I'm not trying to equate you with people
Yeah.
like who were fighting against racial equality back in the 60s. I'm not trying to do that, but it's the same kind of argumentation, because it would be like, why do I have to change my lexicon to reflect their feelings? And technically, we're not telling people what to say or what they have to say or what they're legally required to say, but we are saying that society is shifting. These terms have adapted to the new information and to new stances. And so you need to recognize that while you can hold your position and no one's legally requiring you to hold any one position or another, just recognize that there is societal backlash for people to do that. In the 40s.
Oh, okay.
So remember, in the 20s and
Okay.
30s and the 40s, people using the N word with the hard R, they would do this like naturally.
Yeah.
It was natural language. Okay, people didn't think anything of it. Then all of a sudden, you know, through the bloodshed of the civil rights movement, it suddenly became that this is not a term that we should be using. And suddenly people who use it naturally saw violent backlash because they wouldn't stop. And then all of a sudden they were surprised to be like, but I can say what I want. Sure. But don't expect to be running around saying it all the time and not get some form of backlash because of what it propagates in society.
Yeah.
The same thing's going to happen with trans individuals when they finally get the representation they deserve, and these terms are accepted societally as like gender and biology are understood to be two separate things. And then you're going to have the same individuals going like, well, why do I have to acknowledge this and like that? Well, no one's saying that you legally have to, but don't expect no societal pushback if you just openly act that way, you know?
And I agree, but you know how you frame it, but you know what's funny is that when I framed it from the opposite point of view, you kind of said, oh, well, it's the outgrouping. So you kind of take the whole pity argument for the outgroup stance that you see a lot of people take and whatnot, but then you say, oh, the society consequences. So I'm arguing though that I believe that at this point you can't push. You don't have the numbers and the power to say that I'm going to get pushback. I believe that you're still in the phase where you have to get people to sympathize with your ideology because it's not popular.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, maybe there's
happen
something
overnight. Yeah, it doesn't happen overnight.
Hold on one second. I'm saying you're still at the small phase. You're a small mouse, and so I'm saying you can't be punching above your mouth. Like, who are you to tell me that'll be consequences for me when most of society agrees with me? So you have to convince society.
Okay, but
so I'm saying,
that was the case. Hold up. But that was the case, before the civil rights movement kicked off. Small groups fighting the big power. Okay, it's incremental changes. These things don't occur overnight. It takes time to build momentum. It's not like the civil rights movement. It's not like the civil rights, racial equality was achieved overnight. That took there was a lot of pain, a lot of blood, and a lot of death that finally got through. But it was small actions that resulted in a tidal wave that eventually changed perspectives. Okay, it wasn't like the entire nation suddenly turned on it. No, that took a small group of individuals refusing to leave a diner. Okay, in that part of town, a few individuals refusing to give up their seats. A few individuals refusing to adhere to their designated drinking fountain. Okay, small resistance, and it took
I can understand that.
And it took time, right? The same thing.
I can understand that now. I do. Yeah.
The same thing was with the LGBTQ movements. That took time as well. And there were riots and there were people who died, but slowly but surely, there you go. Same thing's going to happen with trans individuals. We're just repeating history at this point.
Yeah.
When it's weird because we don't need it. It's all ancient tribalistic bullshit. We don't technically need to do it. People could just accept people for who they are.
Okay. Well, but here's the issue, right? And I'll summarize this back to racism, back to gayness, and then I'll explain you why this is a bit different than this. Okay. First thing with racism and whatnot, that was believed that black people were monkeys and that they weren't civilized people overall, and that we did. Turns out that black people over time could speak, and they learned to speak English and learned to talk, and then so people started realizing that no, these people are not. Now there was those riots, those classic Rosa Parks moments. But I don't believe that physical force is what really made people stop being racist. I believe that it helped, just refuse to do whatever you're told. That helped. But what the main thing was showing people that you're educated, showing people that it is possible, Because if say hypothetically though, if black people were say monkeys, let's just say they actually were, all right? Not to say that they are, but say like they had the intellectual abilities of monkeys, okay, and whatnot, and they acted just like that, what we thought, or people thought they were, okay? Do you think that they would have gotten the same equal rights of humans that they have now? Yes or no? And why do you believe so?
You just said that they would not be accepted as literal humans, and then asked us if they would be accepted as literal humans.
Oh no, I don't. No, well, I'm just saying that there was something else in there besides just them staying on buses. There was some logical argument that proved to be true over the ladder of, oh, they're just not smart. And I'm saying, would you agree? Would you agree with that? Now I don't want to force the answer, but Joe, would you agree with me on that or no?
Okay, so
We're going,
the
we're
question
going down moral arguments at this point.
Yeah, the question that it's odd.
Damn near malformed.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Kind of from it. I think it kind of like the question you're asking kind of pins the answer because of how the question is premised, and so.
Okay, all right. I'll just ask it in different. I'll just say say they were already say they were the same things that they were told white people were told, but black people say all things were true and whatnot. Would they have gotten the same equal rights they have nowadays?
That's an interesting what if. I'm not sure you have to ask yourself, who are we at that point in time? So I'm not sure that's necessary. That's interesting in a what if scenario for a movie. I'm not sure it's anything we can really answer right now.
I thought it was pretty obvious because at the time, the propaganda was spread by the people who was enslaving black people, okay, for money, economic and whatnot, because that was an economic thing. We're telling the populace that they were all a bunch of uneducated monkeys and that they had intellect and whatnot. And so that's what was the excuse was for racism. Wouldn't you guys agree with me on that?
I know that there were people out there that did that would make such arguments. For whatever reasonings that they convinced themselves or were convinced by their society or their parents or whatever. I think it was but there, I mean, obviously the individuals like that were extremely ignorant. But I think eventually, even if the vast majority of people thought that, people fighting for their representation, I think it would eventually change. Cultures change. They do over time. They change like languages. I think in the situation that in the hypothetical that you're presenting, I think it would still happen.
Yes.
It would just take more time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Well, I say no. The reason why I would say that is that physical force doesn't really do much. It does a little bit, but in reality, the real how you get change to happen is you get to people's hearts. You convince them of something maybe they didn't think about. And black people were able to speak. They were able to show that they were educated and that they weren't what white people thought they were. Because I believe that a large part of disconnect was language. Black people couldn't speak English. They're from Africa. Like they weren't before it. So there's a big language disconnect. Okay, and so it's easy for people to come up with these ideas when you've never met one, you never talked with one, you never seen them. So they thought they would be savages because most people, white people, had never seen a black person. It was unheard of, most of them. So that was my theory. Now, moving on though to the gay thing. Okay, with gays, okay, it was not about defining new things. We already knew they were gay and whatnot. There was no wordplay. There was no word debate like there was in transgenderness. We're playing a word debate. We're like, the whole idea of transgender challenges our definitions and how we use words today, and in the different way that gay was. Gay was just whether we were okay with other men and women having sex with each other or doing shit. But it's different. I mean, technically,
and
whatnot.
Technically, there was some polysemous there because gay didn't always mean homosexual.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever words were used at the time, maybe they were queer. Maybe I think that's what they called them.
Yeah, I mean that's a relatively. I mean, queer is a relatively considering time, queer is a relatively new convention. But even then, gay didn't always mean homosexual. Queer did not always mean homosexual or reference LGBTQ. Queer just used to mean strange, just used to mean like odd. Just like, I was like, well, that's a very queer thing. And just that's where that comes from.
Yeah.
And then gay used to mean extremely jovial or happy. And so, or extremely happy, the gay, like the gay 20s, is what they refer to, like that just meant people were extremely elated or happy or jovial or joyous. And so, the words do change.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Words do change, but in my opinion, the words do change based on the utility at the time. Man and woman is still have a lot of utility, I'd say, in this day and age, because most people who fit in one box or the other, and you only see like when there's a lot of nuances, when there's a deal of confusion, like I can't tell, and I think with the majority of humans in the world, okay, and whatnot, which aren't intersex, I believe that they either fit into male or woman, and that while there is middle, I bet the middle is really small relative. Would you agree with that? Yes, no, or what?
I don't think it gets as black and white as that, because you could also have androgynous. So
yeah, that's intersex.
But I will say this. Let me ask you this though. After all that has been said,
androgynous is not intersex.
Yes.
Androgynous is in more than the behavior side. Intersex actually refers to biology.
That's
so
true.
we've mixed.
No, androgynous is intersex.
No.
Yes,
No. It's actually not. It's actually.
It can also be a social behavior as well.
It can. So a person can present as.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about the typical definition, which androgynous typically refers to a physical appearance that is not male and not quite female.
No, that's not the case. There are many intersex individuals out there that present as one of the other. So, but let me.
I'm not talking about presenting as anything. I'm talking about the definition of the word androgynous.
All of this comes down to tribalism.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think it's possible for human beings in today's society, in the year 2026 and moving forward, the fact that we can recognize tribalism for what it is, we recognize what it is. Do you think it's possible for us to recognize it and reject it in favor of equality?
Tribalism,
because we can recognize it. Yeah, we can. I
believe. Yeah, in any circumstance. For example, if say I was a trans person, okay, whatever, I'm the LGBTQ community, I could reject the tribality of their beliefs. Maybe I don't agree with it, and I believe that, well, you know what, people can call people whatever they want. There should not be no forcing into like, oh, you have to go by this pronouns, so it can work from any perspective. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So then how does that relate?
We can operate from a humanist perspective, that they are all human.
Yeah.
They're all Homo sapiens. They all deserve the exact same representation because they are human.
Oh yeah, they deserve rights. Now, as for representation, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I have an idea, but I think we agree on rights. Okay, and I believe that in this modern day world, or at least in the United States, actually, transgenders have the rights that they have the right. They can get surgery. No one's stopping sex surgeries. I mean, the only thing that I see is maybe for minors. Okay, which I think most people would agree that minors probably shouldn't even be getting those types of surgeries. Or
well, let me do this real quick. I got to address something real fast in my chat. So first and foremost, because they're getting really close. Kieran Dave sent a super chat for $10. Thank you so much, Kieran Dave. Says, I don't understand why this caller believes that someone could be wrong about their own subjective experience of gender, be it cultural or otherwise. What does it matter? Let people live comfortably. I do agree with that. Kieran Dave also said for $10 super chat, said a gender brain theory that minimizes and infantilizes women is sexist. One that simply observes correlation on fMRI results regarding self-identity responses is not. That's not hypocritical. These are both important points. But I'm going to bring up real quick before they have to go, because I did see him. And congratulations, Kieran Dave. He's taking their daughter out because they passed their long division test, taking them out for breakfast. So fantastic. But I'm going to bring Kieran Dave up real quick to give some input before we move on to, because we are going to have to move on to the next person. So, but Kieran Dave, what do you got?
All right.
Sure. I mean, Nick, it did sound like you laughed and wanted to respond to that, but I have other things really quick. And thank you so much, Jail. I appreciate the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So, Kieran, what do you want to say?
Well, I just think I don't really understand. Is your argument that like it's morally good to oppress trans people because it gives people like you more time to get comfortable with, or perhaps die off and allow the next generation to become comfortable with trans people? Because that really seems like the thrust of your argument with regard to slavery, right?
No. So, first of all, no. My point with slavery, okay, and I'll say this again, is that there was actually some reason, there's something that was allowed, okay, that allowed the communication between humans, okay. And I believe that, in contrast to what someone said earlier, which black slaves could speak English, I believe that only a minority of slaves were not could speak English. I don't think that was a long past thing. And if they could speak, I see it'd be really broken. So I believe,
this
but
is
I believe
like
that
Reddit level alt history, though, Nick. I'm sorry to interrupt because we are short on time.
Okay,
but that's like
so
Reddit
that's
level alt history.
Okay,
like it's just not the case. There was trade with Africa. Okay. Many black Africans had modern societies. They could engage in international trade. They did speak some English enough to facilitate international trade. I don't know why you think that like it was like, oh my God, they can talk. That's not really a historically accurate take.
Okay.
Now, how many other languages do we have on this planet? Okay. Where did English get to be the big deciding factor here? How many languages?
That's not the point. That's not the point. No, that's not the point. We're not saying anything is a factor.
Well, we don't know about them.
I'm just saying though that if you haven't talked to someone and you don't understand them, and you don't have not much communicating, which I think we'd all agree that most white people at the time when this whole thing started had not had much contact with black people at all. You tend to form these fantasies, these dreams about them that tend not to be reality, okay, or based in it. Now,
that's
Kieran
also
Dave,
just false. Okay. Go ahead.
Oh,
ahead.
No,
you should look it up.
Okay, all right, Kieran. Now I'm going to ask you this then. What percentage of slaves at the time in America that say, do you think could speak English? Okay, if so, because I'm arguing that likely was a minority. Now, you can feel free to give me your opinion.
Depends on when. It depends on when, for sure. If you're talking about very early on in the establishment of the colonies, then we know that the answer is somewhere between less than half, but more than a third. Now, because it was a desirable trait for your slaves to be able to understand you. Later on, as the colonies became wealthier, they could afford to buy slaves that were more expensive. There's actually several. Later on, I will send you some books. There actually is a pretty good documentation of this in history. But having slaves that understood your commands was like the premium variety. And so you would spend more. And once you could spend more, those are the ones that you bought. It's disgusting, by the way.
Yeah.
Disavow.
Okay. Yeah, maybe they taught them a little bit of English. Yeah, but do you think, like, say, now this wouldn't challenge my opinion that at the start, which I made a claim at the start, there was a minority of them, and so that was the opinion of them that was held, because I think. But would the masters teach them a lot of English or just a little bit basic ass English and then leave them at that? That's what I'll ask.
I don't really understand. I mean, we could quibble over this, but do you think that people were? I think your central thesis is that people were confused about if black people actually had an inner life equivalent to the average white human to give them some sort of moral consideration. Now, what's scary to me about that is because you're drawing that in the arc of a conversation about homosexuality where there is no such consideration, about transgender people where there is no such consideration. There isn't a question of are gay people really humans or are they pea zombies? That was never a debate. Right.
Well, first of all, I did not make the correlation to this conversation. I did not start the whole. Back in slavery, it was actually J.J. Warren that made the contrast between when the suppression of black people that were in slavery. I think that was actually led us into this conversation.
I was listening.
It was not me.
JL made that comparison because you were saying it was okay, Nick, to continue to have a bigoted view because you were in the majority. And I might agree with you that you have a slight majority, but as JL pointed out, there are many times where Americans have held a majority bigoted view. And it turns out, upon the arc of history and the moral progress of American society, we reflect back and we say, you know what? We had a bad cultural opinion.
Okay. Well,
that seems reasonable, right? Do you disagree with that statement?
All right. Well, in some cases, there was bad opinion, but I don't think that obviously fits here. Also, I don't think no one's being bigoted here. I don't have a bigoted view. I believe this is just simply a word war. And now, when you throw out like ad hominems, like wait, when you throw out pre-disputation terms, okay, that are meant to imply that I'm already in the wrong, okay, it sends off a wrong message and it starts off on the wrong foot. This is how these conversations turn to arguments. Hard, okay, because I can throw out all the things I think about transgenders. I think they're delusional. I think they're this and that. I don't do that. So I believe that when you start saying bigoted, okay, well, it doesn't really allow for conversation. It just allows more for like a, as you would put it, Reddit type of discussion, just say.
I was careful to scope that to historical people who had, and I think you would agree, right? Like people who believed that in separate but equal were being bigoted,
Yeah.
and they knew that separate but equal wasn't. You know, and so I think we can agree that that's a bigoted position, right? Especially if you know it's not actually happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I find there's kind of an undertone just for the fact that, see, there's bigoted behavior in terms of like the outward expression. But see, right now we're talking about the mere use of language to talk about it. So we're making talking about it hard. Forget about actual persecution directly. Now we're like, I just don't want to even hear the word. So if you want to know where it starts, this is where it starts. I don't feel comfortable. I'd rather not hear the word.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Bigoted makes things really annoying because, like, we're just talking about what things mean and language over war, and then people have to start this conversation. Well, you don't like this group, and groups would like this, hey, and people like you, and I believe that just causes conflict. Once you agree, Kieran Sohapo, instead of calling me a bigoted guy, just call me a guy who maybe doesn't agree with you. I think that would fit much better because I don't think any of my arguments have been insultatory to trans people. I think they've been nothing but objective from my point of view.
I actually have to go, so there's not going to be a lot of time for me to do that. Let me just extend an olive branch and just say, I'm so sorry if I made you uncomfortable with that language. But, you know, I would even apply that language to myself. I was raised in a very racist family, and I still, you know, all of us have to unpack some of the things that our history has given us that are not good. It is possible for even a good, nice person to realize they have a bigoted opinion. So even if we take that, please take it in the spirit of like, it's a thing to consider. The final thing I wanted to add just before I leave, and I don't want to monopolize the stage after being given such a generous opportunity.
Yes.
Is that you have said that there isn't really any banning of trans care in the U.S. and that's factually incorrect. I mean, that's actually factually incorrect. There are many states banning trans care. There are in 2023 alone, 19 states passed laws. Now, these laws were nominally aimed at children, right? They were aimed at people under 18. However, the actual text of the law, if you look past the introduction, simply makes trans care almost impossible to give to anyone. There are over 20 states now where if you ask a trans person, an adult, what state can you reliably get your hormone supplementation in? Or what state can you reliably get a consult with a gender affirming care specialist? And the answer is that there are many states in the US that because of these laws practically have lost access to it. And trans people are struggling to find the funds to move. So I really want to point out to you that if you believe this is sort of like just a general vibe or notion that is more about policing language, it's not. There's, especially right now, there is a powerful force of legal suppression. The state is being used to mandate what it means for a man to decide to be a man or a woman to decide to be a woman. And there are downstream effects for cis people on that. Okay. It's not very difficult to look that up. And I really recommend you do, because it sounds to me like that was just a gap in your knowledge. And it's important to acknowledge if the government is oppressing people on like oppressing an adult from wanting to go through with like a cosmetic surgery, you wouldn't find that okay in most cases.
Okay. Well, I'll be very similar because I've looked into aesthetic surgeries and whatnot for a long time, and you can get rhinoplasty, you can get a vaginoplasty, whatever you want to call plasty, you can get. None of those surgeries are illegal. You can get your hands on testosterone. You can get your hands on estrogen. None of those things. None of those things. I guarantee not any. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Not any procedure a transgender would want to get, any hormone that they might want to get to help them with their transformation. None of it is off the table. You have all
doctors can be put in jail for giving a hormone prescription to someone who lives on the same damn block as a child right now in some of the states in the US. That is how draconian the laws are. And so they just, rather than take on that liability, they've simply gotten out of the business. So I don't, you are not correct there. There are incredible, and those have profound downstream effects for men and women who, for example, want or need to do hormone therapy on their own for their health. And there are many such people who need that. So you're saying that this is just strictly factually incorrect, and it's not difficult to verify.
All right. I'm looking at it right now. I did a quick search. It said, I said, what states are illegal to have estrogen or transgender surgeries? It says no U.S. states make it outright illegal for adults to possess or use estrogen as a hormone replacement, HRT for transgender, or to undergo transgender surgeries. Gender-affirming surgeries like vaginoplasty, breast augmentation, facial feminization, these treatments remain legal and available for consenting adults in all 50 states.
That's not true,
due to Oh, okay.
I'm telling you what the practical, like I'm trying to tell you what in practice is being done, right? I'm trying to tell you how these laws are written to create an environment where it is impossible to get these things. Because you're absolutely right that I think most people don't think they have the legal or the moral leg to stand on, right? So instead what they're doing is they're trying to create a situation where they impact the entire industry. This is exactly the same playbook that was executed by people against abortion. They knew at the time, before Roe v. Wade was nuked, that they could, in fact, they could put pressure on the entire industry, and they did. And in many places, it was effectively, although not legally, impossible to get an abortion. Right? And in many cases, for example, like a classic example of this was requiring a woman to have an incredibly invasive and very painful actually have a tool inserted to do a more precise ultrasound, which isn't necessary at all, but she had to look at it while enduring that pain in order to qualify for an abortion in one state. And that's
and
just to throw in real quick.
I know what you're saying, but I feel like you didn't answer yourself. The original,
Well, just to throw in there, in 2024, Ohio, Wyoming, South Carolina, and New Hampshire all joined the list of states banning gender-affirming care for transgender youth, and Maine and Rhode Island passed laws protecting it. So we are seeing that legal push shutting down gender-affirming care for transgender, but for youth, that doesn't include things like surgical options, stuff like that. That's just hormone replacement therapy and a number of other. But so the surgical stuff is for adults.
Didn't I already agree that minors are obviously not included in my statement? I made for purely adults. Now, also, sure, maybe you could say that there might be some issues relating to surgeries of Verin or whatever your name is, but the original claim you made was that illegal in any of these states. And illegal means that if they break a law, they could be charged under a law for whatever they're doing. That's what illegal means. Okay, don't try to weasel with it. So, and I did a quick search.
I wasn't illegal.
Wait. Hold on a second. Your original claim was that it was illegal. And I said no. And I did the search. I looked at it and it says no. In all 50 states, surgeries or hormones are not illegal for adults. Now, I think you might be mistaken for is that Medicaid and public funds are not allocated to transgender people. That is not the same thing as something being illegal. I don't know, but that's the closest thing that I'm seeing right now. But you're just objectively wrong, but it's illegal.
That's obviously not what I said, though, Nick. Because you raised that point. We had that conversation. You did that search after I explicated at length about precisely how there is legal pressure, right? So let's be clear. Anyways, I do need to go. Thank you so much for the time, and thanks, Nick. Again, I'm very sorry if my use of language was incompatible with yours in a way that you found offensive.
No, it's fine.
Have a good day.
Appreciate it, Karen. Thank you so much.
Great point.
All right.
At this point, I think we've kind of like hammered out. I think we've hammered out what we've got to the point. Because
I think we did. Yeah, you're right. Now, the final thing I'll just say here is that I don't know what kind of state he was saying, but do not take a shit to be saying true. It is totally not true. Everyone in this room, that is illegal to get any of those surgeries in all 50 states, only for minors, just to be clear.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Nick. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Good
It was
convo.
good talking with you.
Definitely. And remember, I do this every third Sunday. So appreciate you popping in. Always good to see new faces.
All right, man. All right. I'll see you around. You have a good day.
Take care. All right. Now to move on to, I know we had other people with their hands up. I'm glad we were able to get Kieran up there real quick. I see Teach has their hands up, and so does Reverse Camus. See that don't have any other individuals, so we'll go ahead and bring Teach up real quick.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Teach, we got you.
Can I just
Oh, we heard you. That was brief.
push
the button again.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, we got
Yep.
you.
The stage like a wallfly, just cracking jokes and stuff. You need a comic relief guy?
Who? You talking about Andrew?
No, with me.
Oh, you want to like hang out up on the stage?
Yeah.
Oh, I try to keep it to two people, so I do appreciate it. Just to try and keep the conversation as flowed as possible, and but I do appreciate it. But
I said it.
thank you, Trans. I appreciate that. Reverse Camus has got their hand up. I've spoken with Reverse a number of times
As well.
Did I not do it? There we go. There we go.
Hello. How are
Howdy,
you
howdy.
two doing?
How's it going, Reverse?
It's going decently.
What you got for us?
Just along with like prophecies that have been fulfilled, miracles that have been performed, and just what my faith represents, that maybe just with how like atheist philosophies, like they've somewhat worked, but I feel like nothing has worked to really fix the world and bridge the divide, so to speak. And like I can't tell anyone where to go, what to believe, but I don't know, that there was like atheist who Abdul Baha wrote a letter to, and he had questions about the faith and like how it related, and eventually he became a Baha'i. His name was Charles Farrell. Like at first, like he just believed in the values, but then he came to believe fully. But yeah, I guess that's where I'm going with all this.
So you brought up a bunch of stuff. Trying to pin it down to where you're going with it. Obviously, like the change that I want to see, is not going to happen overnight. It takes time. I've only been around for 45 years, and it takes a lot more time than that especially when you have something as ingrained as religious beliefs and stuff like that. So, the whole point, you mentioned Bridging the Divide, which is the name of my channel, and
Yeah.
My goal in Bridging the Divide, and I state this repeatedly all the time, is not about trying to get rid of religion or do anything of that nature. My goal is to get people to be intellectually honest about their own positions so that they can be intellectually honest when addressing other people's positions, in order to get people on the same page, mutual understanding, so that, because with mutual understanding, we can then work towards, progress mutually. And what I find is that the vast majority of the disconnects that we have between believers and non-believers is as a result of non-believers not fully understanding the position of believers, not fully understanding the position of non-believers. What is the justification there? What's the rationality behind it? What is the thinking there? Is that there are automatic preconceptions that are built into religious ideologies that dictate things about non-believers that are just patently false. And that is that is the huge hurdle that needs to be overcome, is that all of these ridiculous, hey Raven, yes, I'm still a young pup. All of these ridiculous presumptions that believers have about non-believers need to be disseminated. And that's what I try to do. So, and that takes time and effort. So,
Oh yeah, fair enough. So kind of different goals, but I don't know.
That's my particular one. I don't want to divest people of their belief, because there are people out there, they believe and they don't do social harm because they're educated. They're educated, they're believers. They understand both sides of it, and you recognize once they understand these concepts and understand these aspects of reality, you don't see them engaging in like openly harmful behavior against out groups. Because right now, non-believers, even though the number of non-believers of atheists, agnostics, and nuns is increasing rapidly in the world, it's still an out group, or perceived to be as an out group. And so, because it's not the majority. My thing is to be like, there doesn't need to be, even though it is, it doesn't need to be seen as an out group. That there may be less of us, maybe one day there will be more of us, but it will not be about. And let's just say, for example, atheists were the majority, I would not advocate for eliminating the minority Christian. I would say that people are allowed to believe, if they're convinced of a particular thing is true. I just want, which is fine, I don't care. I just want them to be able to examine and not be afraid of examining why they believe what they believe, which is the whole point.
Mm-hmm.
And this goes both ways. I want atheists to examine why they are non-believers, because there are atheists out there that don't believe, I would say, they don't believe in the existence of a God for irrational reasons. That happens. But I would say more often than not, there are Christians or there are religious people who believe what they believe for completely irrational reasons. And just examine those, be intellectually honest. If you can recognize your position for what it is, you can continue believing, but it may divest them of certain antisocial behaviors, which I think will make the world, it'll make the world a place that a better place, or a place that I would want to live in, which I think is a better place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair enough. I feel like a lot of theists, it's just like they don't realize that ultimately their positions, like the epistemology is going to be somewhat broken no matter how you look at it. Personally, I think that I've been given enough revelation that it shows that these things are true. But in my experience, everything that I can say is either too crazy for people, or it's not crazy enough and there's a naturalistic explanation. And then there's also the aspect of people having socially harmful views and like just believing dumb stuff like the earth is 6,000 years old.
Right. I would say if you're like, the one of the number one reasons why you believe is because of like prophecies that have come true, then I would ask, okay, of the prophecies that you're pointing at, have you explored every single one of them, and have you eliminated the possibility of a number of ways in which they would not be prophecies? Is like, are you ensuring that you're approaching them in a critical fashion? Because I find that most people that point to prophecies, they've never actually like looked at them. They've simply heard the prophecy being reported to them through somebody else, and then they just carry on that narrative without ever having actually examined it. Like, for example, there was a person who was talking with I think it was on The Line the other day, and someone brought it was somebody, sorry, it was on Mega Bloodbath. It was someone talking to Kurt, and they said that the number one best prophecy is the Isaiah prophecy of Jesus. That was prophesizing Jesus is coming. And the problem is that he didn't know what exactly the Bible verse was. He just knows there's an Old Testament prophecy that prophesies Jesus. That was his argument. But in actuality, once you get into the Bible and you start breaking that down, it's not a prophecy about Jesus at all. It breaks down completely, and all of the connection between the book of Isaiah and the New Testament and the Gospels is all Christian interpolation, and so it automatically fails as a prophecy. And so he was divested of that notion. Now, if he continues to go forward and say, well, it's still a prophecy, well, now he has to be intellectually honest and recognize he doesn't hold it as a prophecy because that's what the book says. He holds it as a prophecy because that's the way he wants to view it, despite the contradictory evidence. And if he can acknowledge that and then move forward and say, yep, I know the evidence contradicts it, but I'm going to hold it anyway. If that's at least being intellectually honest, okay, and then we can move forward from there. But if he's going to continue to deny reality, openly deny reality, and simply say, and not acknowledge it, then it's like, nope, you're wrong, and blah, blah, blah. Well, that's problematic. And so that's where the goal is to examine these things individually. Like I spoke to one person one time who talked about the miracle of the eternal flame, which was a thing that was done at I think it was over in France or somewhere. It's over in Europe. And they had like this spectacle that was called the miracle of the eternal flame. Like the flame never goes out. And so it was like, because, it was like holy oil or some shit like that. Well, some very, very crafty individuals uncovered that as being a hoax. And not only did they uncover it being a hoax, they uncovered the fact that all of the pastors or the priests that were involved in that hoax, they all knew it was a hoax, and they just repeated it for the benefit of the congregation, while there are people in the congregation who legitimately believed that it was magic, but it was revealed that no, it was a hoax. So there's stuff like that. Miracle of Fatima, Miracle of Fatima fell apart under individual investigation when people were sitting down and interviewing the individuals. So stuff like that. So we have to critically examine these things, recognize what the evidence is, and then reconcile why we hold the positions that we do.
And the other aspect that was mentioned there was revelation, which doesn't seem to be an equal opportunity distribution model.
Yeah, I guess some people are preordained to get this revelation, and however they use it, that is just up to them. Like, not everybody gets revelation, but like I've talked about it on the show like one time before, and like just because they don't know what it was doesn't mean it's God, but it didn't seem like anyone knew exactly what happened to me from just a purely materialistic point of view.
My kicker is, and we can get really, really lost in the weeds with trying to like break down theology, people's particular heuristics as to, their hermeneutics or their exegetical interpretations, eisegetical interpretations. And while there are people out there like Justin over at Deconstruction Zone and Kurt over on Mega Bloodbath and a number of other people who really enjoy diving into the theology, I don't have much patience for it, because you can break this down super, super easy, really easy. There are theologies out there in the world that I'm going to make this into an example. There are theologies in the world that Christians reject. Theology itself being the study of the nature of a God. Okay? Theisticology. So theology is literally just the study of the nature of a God. There are Christians out there that reject certain theologies. They reject them because they believe that they're false. All right? Because that God doesn't exist, or whatever, that particular God is not a thing that exists, or that particular God is a false God, or whatever in that respect. It doesn't really matter. My point is, anybody who is touting any one particular theology, that theology becomes utterly and completely irrelevant if the God can be shown to not exist. Okay? Or the theology becomes entirely and completely irrelevant if the belief in the existence of that God is completely and utterly irrational, because none of the theologies out there are true if the God itself doesn't exist. And that's where the crux of the conversation should lie. Does the God exist? And if I ask someone, how do you know your God exists? What evidence can you point at that your God exists? and they pointed something. If their evidence requires them to first beg the question of the existence of the God in order for what they're pointing at to actually be evidence, then it was never evidence to begin with. So they have to be able to demonstrate that the God exists as a concrete thing standing in causal relations to stuff, independent of human minds, real and independent, before they can say that anything in their theology holds any kind of water. Because if the God doesn't exist, I can just throw the entire thing out. And that's where I like to have the conversation. How do they know? Is this a knowledge claim, or is this just a belief claim? You believe it to be the case, but you don't actually know it, because belief and knowledge are not the same thing. This is what I'm talking about when I talk about being intellectually honest about it. People say, oh, I know God exists. Well, let's examine that. Do you actually know? Is this a knowledge claim? You can demonstrate it to be the case. You've actually met the burden of the burden that is required for a statement to be classified as being knowledge, or is it just a belief? You don't know it exists, but you know that you believe it does. That's what's important there. They believe it. They're convinced of it. That's fine. They can be convinced of many things. There are people who are convinced that Bigfoot literally comes down on UFOs and uses trans-dimensional portals to avoid detection. Sure, they believe that. They're convinced of that. Doesn't mean it's the case. Doesn't mean it's knowledge. They don't know that to be to be a fact. So that's what's important. That's what I like to get at.
Yeah. It sure is an agnostic atheist is that they don't believe in God, but they can't exactly disprove it because it kind of doesn't reach the realms of falsification. That's how sure I am that there is a God. Like, I'm open to it being proved that there's not, but I don't know how exactly I'm supposed to be knocked out of it with, like, what I was talking about with, like, the prophecies, the miracles, just basically with my faith represents it. It seems like if God came down, this is exactly what God would want. But I know that sounds subjective, but
Well,
I don't know. It just makes sense
there's
to
an added
me.
thing. There's two added things there. See, when you say, well, if it was, then that's what the God would want. But see, you're also pretending you know that there is a God that wants that. That's like saying, if it looks like the thing I want to say that it would do, then that's justification that it's there. You'd have to know its wants. But then again, that would require you to know about its existence in the first place,
Right.
which would be begging the question. But on that same topic, well, not quite the same topic, but earlier when you mentioned about a supposed inability to explain an event that happened to you, we're now hitting what would be the one for that argument from ignorance?
It can be, yeah. Or an argument,
Yeah,
or
it's
an
like,
argument.
I don't have an answer.
Or an argument for
therefore-
or an argument from personal incredulity. I just can't see how this could be anything other than a God, right?
Which, when of course you've been presented a definition, for instance, saying that this is the intent of this thing that somebody else is claiming is there, you're taking their declaration at face value and then mapping yourself into it. So they didn't justify that this thing exists having those intentionalities, and use that as justification for you to adopt it for yourself.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of got it that earlier that just because I don't know that, or I can't find anyone who can't explain it, or I think I messed up those words. Just because of that doesn't mean that it was God, but I have no framework from a naturalistic, materialistic point of view that's ever been presented to me that explains this event that happened to me. Like it had.
How did you eliminate?
specific-
Well, yeah, but then how did you eliminate misidentification? I saw a Bigfoot in the woods, but it could have been just a bear that I misidentified. Like, how did you eliminate that possibility?
Well, I've read and heard lectures about people who have experienced this. I've talked to people on different servers that were like, "Yeah, this same thing happened to me," and we'll talk about it. And
How do you know they weren't
it's like
How do you know they weren't misidentifying it?
I don't, but like I said, there's never been a naturalistic explanation for what happened.
No. The naturalistic explanation would be that you misidentified a natural thing and therefore you concluded it was something it wasn't. That's what it is. It's the same thing. It's what I brought up. I think I saw a Bigfoot in the woods. It could have just been a bear at the angle that I saw it at, but I'm inclined to believe that Bigfoot exists, so I'm going to interpret it as a Bigfoot. And then another person comes along and says, "Oh yeah, I saw a Bigfoot too." It could have been a bear, but I'm pretty sure it was a Bigfoot. You see, they haven't eliminated the more plausible and the more parsimonious possibility that it is within the realm, extremely within the realm of logical possibility, that they misidentified a bear as being Bigfoot. But they really want to believe in Bigfoot, so they're going to interpret it as being Bigfoot.
Yeah. As for the lack of natural explanation, just for the fact that, of course, Reverse and I have gone back quite a ways, right? A couple of years now.
Yeah.
About 2. Yeah. So I am familiar with your backstory there, which is why I understand where it's hard to imagine, like, nobody's probably likely to guess where those turning points were for you. But I do remember vividly. There's a human aspect involved in that, as I remember describing to you, that it's all in whether or not you trust all of the others that were also present during those events, and not having any kind of involvement and understanding. Like I said, in those particular cases, pranking is a thing I've heard of quite well with that, especially between siblings and the like. Now, other bits that get associated with that, but in the end, taking those and saying, I can therefore lead to this kind of specific conclusion, that's a very funny slippery slope to say how much specificity you could draw out of an experience.
I think a key
What can you
example.
point to?
I think a key example of this is like the miracle of Fatima. Okay, there were a lot of people gathered in one place, like a whole massive crowd of people gathered in one place, who were all expecting to see something. Okay, every single one of them. Everyone had the full anticipation of seeing something miraculous. And then when it was over, they all reported seeing something miraculous. But when you start breaking them apart and getting them alone and start interviewing them and asking them questions, and then you compare their individual accounts, because if you ask them as a group, as one big group, what did you see? And they're all going to be like, it's all going to be a similar answer. But you start breaking them up into individuals and start asking them questions, all of a sudden the disparities start coming out. Because they're no longer surrounded by the individuals that are there to effectively reinforce their assumptions. Okay? They're less likely to disagree with what everyone else is saying when they're in a group that are all fully expectant believers. But you get them alone when there's no one there of their own group, their own peer group, to judge them, and you ask them what it is, and if they're honest, and if some of them will be honest, some may lie, but some of them will be honest, and then you'll recognize that there are some extreme disparities in what was actually witnessed. Some people saw nothing, but they went along with the crowd. Some people saw one thing. Another person saw something completely different. Okay. And we realize, wow, it's almost as if a whole group of people that believed the same thing were all convinced that a thing was going to happen. And then when they all showed up, and when that thing didn't happen in the way that they experienced it, then they all just, their narratives just kind of coalesced because they were in a group, but it quickly fell apart once we got them separate and started talking to them. Which is exactly what we would expect to see if nothing actually happened. If there was a natural phenomena that everyone was bringing their bias to interpret in a specific way. So
fair enough. Yeah, it's just like I didn't come into this event with the expectation of anything to happen. I just don't know how to explain, like, doing a mantra on my beads, and then once I get to the last bead, I feel an energy explode up my spine that makes me feel like my brain's supercharged for a couple of months. Like, that's a preceding event. It mirrors other people. It has something specifically causing it, and an after effect. Like, as far as evidence goes, obviously it's anecdotal, but like barring some weird stroke that I had, I don't see a naturalistic explanation for any of this.
You've convinced
Doesn't
yourself
mean that
it's
there
happening.
isn't.
You've convinced yourself it's happening and it's psychosomatic.
I guess, but I wasn't trying to convince myself of anything.
How do you know what you're?
That
hold
was
up,
gonna
hold up,
happen.
hold up. How do you know what? I'm not saying you actively doing it. Is like your expectation is resulted in the subconscious desire for it to happen because you want it to happen, and so therefore over time it has gotten more and more intense because you've trained your body to do it, and it's entirely psychosomatic. That's a completely naturalistic explanation, and it is experimentally verified that this stuff happens. That people who engage in particular behaviors over and over and over again, expecting a particular outcome, will inevitably create the outcome themselves in order to satisfy their feelings. Especially when they avoid critical examination of that, with deeper critical examination, that you can psychosomatically condition yourself to feel an effect when there is technically actually like no effect, but you want it so badly that your body will make it happen.
Yeah, I guess it was
placebo effect.
It was just an event that I had no frame of reference for happening. But
is it
like,
possible? But is it within the realm of possibility that it is a placebo effect, entirely psychosomatic?
I wouldn't rule it out, but like I said, as far as I'm an agnostic atheist is convinced, that's how convinced I am of God. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just hard to knock people out of these positions, but yeah, for me, that is what clinched the God thing, and like is a further sign it happened the day before the Baha'i New Year. So I'm like, I guess I'm a Baha'i now.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, just long as the intellectual honesty. That's the key. I do have someone with their hand up that hasn't been on the stage before. So reverse, appreciate you coming up, bud.
Reverse.
Appreciate it.
I got to reverse it back. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah.
Have a good one,
have
bud.
a good day.
All right. And this is TBS, I believe. Toronto Bible Study is one to come up. Hasn't been on the stage before. So we'll go ahead and bring him up. Make sure I've got your volume's good. All set.
You hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. Hello, how are you, gentlemen?
I'm good. Can you articulate a bit? Because you're kind of slurring your words there a bit.
Ooh, sorry. I was just gonna ask you about that question you had before about you claim there's a logical contradiction for a perfectly good God to allow evil. Is that still your claim?
Yeah, because nothing external of it dictates that evil must necessarily exist. So if it exists because it wants it to exist. And an entity that wants evil to exist cannot necessarily be omnibenevolent or all good or all loving.
So you're saying it's logically impossible that he would allow moral freedom?
That he would want it. That this entity would want it. Because nothing dictates to the God that moral freedom requires evil. That's not a rule that the God must follow.
Moral freedom does require evil because
no, it doesn't.
It allows.
What is it? What is it that sets? No, hold up. What is it that sets that as a rule that God must follow?
What is it that sets that as a rule? Because freedom requires that you have a choice between different options, right?
No, different options, but they don't. But those options don't have to include evil, because evil could simply be made impossible.
Made impossible. If it's made impossible, then it's not moral freedom.
No, because then you wouldn't be able to. No, because that's like saying that I don't have free will because I can't jump up in the air and fly. That's just silly.
So,
no.
What would happen? A quick thought on this, because you think moral freedom. This is like saying we have to allow that possibility, that outcome. Let's say that nothing that would be considered evil, okay, would be possible. We wouldn't need a differentiation between good and evil because that wouldn't be a thing to differentiate. Right? That's like saying I don't have this particular part in my car because my car doesn't need that part. So imagine if good and evil wasn't a part of the machine at all.
Oh, because it's not.
You don't have to talk about a
evil's
good.
not like
I don't
that.
need a
Evil's
good.
not
There's
like
no
that,
part
man.
there. Why couldn't we
But
be
it's-
made without that part?
Evil's not like that. Evil's not like it's not like what it's not like a physical limitation like you can't fly. It's like
Sure, it is. The circumstances, evil doesn't occur in a vacuum. It requires the circumstances that facilitate its logical possibility. Those circumstances don't have to
Yeah.
exist.
those circumstances exist in any kind of world like ours.
No,
for
but
example.
they don't. No, but they don't. You didn't hear what I said. They don't have to. By your
They
own
do,
word.
they do.
No, they don't. There's
They
nothing.
do. Hold on, let me
What is
explain-
it?
let me
No,
explain
Toronto.
why.
No, Toronto. What is it
You're not letting me explain.
because this goes back to the question that I asked you that you didn't answer. What is it that
What didn't I
dictates?
answer?
What is it that dictates as an imperative to the God that these things must necessarily exist?
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. In a world
You
such
know,
as
I
ours,
want you to answer the question.
I'm trying to explain to you.
You
I'm
don't
trying
need to
answer your
explain
question.
anything to me. I need you to answer the question.
I'm trying to answer your question. Yes.
Okay,
In
so
a
what
world
is
such
it?
as ours-
What is it that is external of the God that acts as an imperative upon it that says evil
It's not
must
external to
necessarily
the God.
exist?
It's not external to the God or an imperative. It's like
Then
the
how do you
nature
know
of
you're not
the-
just backmapping your own intuitions onto the God character?
But what? Listen, can you let me explain my reasoning here, and then you can tell me what?
No,
what's
because
wrong
I'm
with it?
getting ahead of it. Because how do you
No,
know?
you're not. You
How
don't
do
even know what
you
I'm about
know
to say.
you're not just backmapping your own intuitions? How do you know you're not using the God to merely backstop?
Listen to
Toronto?
my reasoning, and then tell me if I'm doing
Toronto, my stage, I'm asking the question.
Dude,
How do you know that you are not just using the God to backstop your own intuitions?
look, I don't know. I don't even know what that is, man. Look, this is the thing. I have a reasoning of why I think we can't prevent, or God had to allow moral evil. All right, because moral evil is just.
Hold on. One quick note. You just said God had to do something. I think we
Yeah, because
keep
it's
in
like
mind that
because
all
God-
powerful God had no choice, huh?
No, because God has to, or have to is a bad word for it, but he follows his nature. His nature is logical, so
Uh-huh.
so it's a logical.
So logically, he
consequence
had to make
of-
the problem. Yeah.
No, listen, man. Just stop trying. Why do you guys do this? Why do you guys interrupt me?
Because
and not let me
because you're
speak?
trying to get around the questions that we're asking so that you don't
No,
have
I'm
to
not.
answer them.
No, I'm not.
Toronto?
No, listen,
Toronto,
dude.
I'm speaking.
So what is this ridiculous?
When
This
I
is
speak,
ridiculous.
when I speak, you be quiet.
You haven't let me speak yet.
When I speak, you be quiet because you're not answering a question. When I ask you a question, you need to
Wow,
answer it. If you
dude.
don't answer it, I'm going to mute you. Here is the
Wow,
question.
Hilarious.
What is it? Because you just implied that there is an imperative that acts upon the God.
Yes.
What rule dictates that free will must have that free will requires the existence of evil? How is that a rule that God must follow?
Because that's what moral freedom is.
That's your
The ability
interpretation. No,
to
that's
choose.
your interpretation of that. As though, what is it
Well,
that?
no, here's the thing.
Toronto,
Now-
Toronto. I'm not fucking done. That is
Oh,
your
dude.
interpretation of what free will is. How do you like? What is it that dictates? What is it that establishes what free will must necessarily be to your God?
What for free will is just by its nature, free will, by the definition of those words, involves a choice between different options.
That's it.
Morally significant freedom
Okay.
involves a choice between options such as good and evil.
Where does the term morally significant show up anywhere in the Bible?
No, we're not talking about the terms in the Bible. We're talking about philosophical.
No. This is
understandings of-
that's a post hoc rationalization to try and get
I'm
around
not.
this. Who says?
What are you talking about?
Okay, but
Why
how
are you
about this?
changing the
But how?
subject? Why
Because
are you
I'm
changing
getting
the
to because
subject?
I'm getting to the heart of it. I'm not going to allow you to preach.
Conversation began in
I'm not
philosophy.
going to allow you to preach up here, Toronto. This is not your pulpit. Okay. So the
Wow, I'm not
question
preaching.
becomes, why do you think that why do you think
not
that
preaching.
why do you think that what you constitute as this moral position or morally significant, What is it that establishes what moral significance ought to be to your God?
No, it's not. No, this is what I'm saying to you, man. It's like the definition of these words. It's not about what it is to my God. It's just like how a triangle has three sides. Moral freedom involves a choice between good and evil.
Yeah, you're back mapping because everything you're doing is you're describing what we're doing here now and trying to say it's because of how it is now, we're saying it doesn't have to be like now, period.
No, I'm not doing that. What I'm
Yes,
saying
you
to
are.
I'm
Because this is how
I'm
we define
explaining.
words. This is how we use this. This is this value. You're pointing to all of what we have now. We're saying it doesn't have to be like this, period.
You're using the
listen,
God
listen,
to
listen.
back. You're
No,
using the
dude.
God to backstop
No.
your own intuitions
I'm
about
not.
things.
I'm not
You
doing
are.
that. I'm not doing that.
just did
Okay.
it.
I'm not.
Okay, so if you're not doing
Listen,
that, what
let me
is it that
explain to you.
what is it that dictates to the God what moral significance ought to be?
Okay, as I was just saying to you, in the same way that a triangle has three sides, moral freedom involves the choice between good and evil.
No, it doesn't.
So,
Therefore,
big question here. Why does that have to even be a thing?
Yeah.
moral freedom? Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
saying to you. That's what I was saying. I was
Why?
just saying that it's possible that God thinks moral freedom is good. It's a good.
No.
it's
You're
good
inventing
stuff.
moral freedom. You're inventing moral freedom here in the first place. You're thinking
How am I
that
inventing
morality can even be a thing. See, what is morality? What makes something
Morality
good?
is-
What makes something
What?
good?
What do you wait?
What makes something
You
good?
guys are-
We're
wait,
about
wait,
to remove
listen,
the keys
dude,
from the
don't-
car.
This is listen, we've already discussed the fact
I
that
want the clarity because I'm about to
hold
make a
on,
big
hold on.
point
No,
on
no. This whole question, we already got this question on the board of evil. Why would a morally good God create evil? Right. So
Well,
that's
we're defining
so
the
we've
evil
established
thing.
this.
We're defining the evil thing right now. We need to do
Moral
this.
evil is whatever is like I would say whatever breaks the law of God, whatever
Okay,
transgresses God's law.
so put a pin in that. So, could God make things that don't do that?
Yes, but then this is what I'm saying to you. He thinks moral
Okay, so we got a
freedom-
yes. We just got a
hold
yes.
on. Yes, he can. But the argument is that he thinks moral freedom is a good in such that he will allow evil for the greater good that moral freedom represents.
Oh, so he's just doing it for the case, and sometimes they wouldn't break the thing. So he could have just made it so that we weren't broken.
No, he can't do
He
that.
can't? Oh, wait,
Then
he
we
just
wouldn't
could.
have-
Now
So
we
wait,
can't.
so there
no,
are
no,
there
he
are
wouldn't have.
imperatives?
We wouldn't have moral freedom. We
So
wouldn't
no,
have
no,
moral
Who cares?
Why is
Who cares? Why does that have to be a part of the
yeah,
car?
why is moral freedom important to God? What dictates that moral freedom must be important?
Why do we have to be
I'm
able
not
to
saying
fail?
I'm not saying it must be. I'm saying it's possible that it is. Therefore, it's not a contradiction.
Oh, no.
Okay, but
You're
we're
pointing
examining
that
it from the
that it is.
logical entailments of how you're defining the God. Nothing dictates to the God that things must be the way that they are.
No,
God could just say morality thing. Nope, not a piece of the machine. Gone. And now it only does the God thing.
No. That's the thing. Like, there's certain things he can't. There's certain things that it's not like. It's
Did I
not
hear
like
can't?
just the same way he can't make a triangle with three
No,
sides.
just because
can't-
you have defined these things as being logically congruent does not mean that they are that the God entity that has nothing external of itself to reference for any kind of content or context does not mean that these things apply equally. You cannot demonstrate that the God's mind operates the same way that yours does. You are literally, and you have no evidence, you have no evidence that it does. You are literally
I'm saying it's possible.
You're using the God concept to backstop your own intuitions about
No.
shit.
I'm saying no. I'm not saying it's possible. I'm saying it's possible.
But you don't know that.
Therefore, there's not a contradiction.
No.
I don't. No, I'm saying. Well, are you denying that it's possible?
We need to pin down the possibility. Could God make the machine without that failure?
I'm saying that.
Could it? That's a yes or no.
If he allows moral freedom, if he
Oh, no, not if. No.
Good,
Could it make it without that failure?
could he make the world without moral freedom?
Without the failure, the ability to defer from where he'd want it to be able to go, to do the things that he wouldn't want it to do.
Yeah, well, my point is that
But no,
evil
no.
results
Could he
from
make it that way?
freedom.
It's a
He
yes
could
or no
make it
question.
that way.
It's
What
a
I'm
yes or
saying
no
to you is-
question. Toronto, it's a yes or no question.
You're not dodging this one.
Yes, he could. Yes, he could. Yes.
Good.
He
Then
could.
he chose. Then he chose failure.
No. That's the thing.
Yes.
Well,
But
you're
yeah, you just
calling
said
it
he
a
could do
failure. You're
otherwise.
calling
He
it-
chose failure.
Hold on. You're
He
calling
chose
it a
failure.
Hold on.
He chose
hold on a
failure.
sec. Listen, stop repeating yourself over.
It's
what I'm
because
trying
you
to make a
keep trying
point.
to dodge it, Toronto.
Wow, dude. No, listen, dude. I'm not dodging anything. I'm just saying.
We've
He
already pointed
doesn't-
out. No, Toronto. We've
It's
already
not-
pointed
look.
out. You asked me. Your question when you came on the stage was, is it possible? Do I still hold that an all good or an omnibenevolent or an all loving God is incongruous, is logically incongruous with the existence of evil, especially evil by its own lights, not our lights, its own lights? And the answer is yes, because there is nothing that dictates to the God that the circumstances that allow for evil must necessarily exist. So the only reason that they can exist is if the God wants them to exist. If the God wants evil to be a logical possibility when nothing says that it must be, then the God cannot be all good.
Hold on. Now, I'm just saying to you, it's logically possible. The moral freedom is a sufficient reason to permit the possibility
It's
of evil.
not,
That's
because
what I'm-
nothing dictates to
Why?
the God, because nothing dictates to the God that it must exist. So therefore, the God
No. I'm
cannot
not saying it must
be
exist.
all
Hold
loving.
on.
The God cannot
Dude,
be all loving
dude,
and
how,
simultaneously
dude?
want the
Wait,
existence
no,
of evil.
No, like I don't know if you missed what I just said or what.
No, because you didn't
What?
address my. You
Excuse me.
didn't address what I said.
I did. I addressed your. I just exactly
No,
what you said. I
simply
addressed
said
it
it's sufficient for
exactly.
more. No, you simply said that it is sufficient for moral whatever, which is
Moral
not, which is
freedom.
completely irrelevant. The question
What are you
is,
talking
the
about? Why is
question-
it irrelevant?
Because
Why
the
is that
question
irrelevant?
because it doesn't pertain to the question that you asked. The question
does.
it doesn't. The question you asked is it logically incongruous to define God as being all loving or all good or omnibenevolent and simultaneously want the existence of evil? And
Yeah,
that
no,
is
and I'm
logically
saying to you-
incongruous because the only
it isn't.
reason the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes by its own lights, the only reason that those circumstances exist is because the God wants them to exist. The God
Yes, he
cannot
wants it,
be
but
all
he-
loving and want
No,
evil
it's not true. That's not
simultaneously.
true. No, it's not true because if he thinks moral freedom is a sufficient,
Then it can just
Good.
give moral freedom without evil. It doesn't
no,
require
he can't.
it.
That's what I'm saying to you. No, that's what I'm saying to you. That moral freedom, by its definition, cannot exist without the option to do evil.
No.
It's not
No,
morally
hold up.
significant
Toronto. Moral freedom by your estimation, not
No,
God's
that's just the
estimation.
definition of the word. That's
No,
the
it's
definition
not.
of the word.
No, moral
Yes, it
freedom
is.
is just the ability to make moral
No,
distinctions.
look up moral freedom. Look up moral freedom on
That is
thing,
a
on the,
human. That is a human conceptualization. It doesn't apply to
No,
God.
it's just like it's just like triangles.
But it can't be. But
Must
guess
have
what?
3
God
sides.
can accomplish that without creating the circumstances that allow for evil.
No, he can't.
Yes, it
He
can. It
cannot
would just
allow
be.
more-
It would just be different. It would just be different degrees of good.
No, dude, no,
just
no,
hit-
it would not
we've
be
just
different
hit
degrees
an interesting
of
piece
good.
of circularity because you see, apparently moral freedom is a good, but apparently that implies generating evil. So we're creating
Not
a negative
generating
where
evil,
there
not
need not
generating
be
evil.
where there need
No,
not
excuse
where
me,
there
excuse
need
me,
not
no,
where there
you're
need not be a
misusing
negative
terms.
whatsoever.
No, you're
Um,
misusing terms.
No,
What
you
I
don't
said
need. Who
was.
said? No, you keep
What I said
saying that.
was. Excuse me.
You're
excuse me, can you just
you're really
not-
trying not to hear the point.
What's your
um,
point?
Once again, if failure is not part of the machine, those beings could simply be all good. If God's all good, well,
No.
I guess that's a good thing,
Again,
right?
No,
It
listen,
doesn't deviate from
again,
itself. That's all it's
wow,
saying. It's a
dude.
tautology, right?
No, listen. If God made us into just all good, we wouldn't have moral freedom.
Okay, well, let me add. Okay, this is an
What is
interesting
moral
question.
freedom?
Well, hold up,
What
hold
is
up,
the-
Andrew.
why does
Wait,
that have to be?
Hold up,
As I was
guys,
just
guys,
saying to you,
Why
guys,
does that
hold
have
up,
to be?
hold up.
I've defined this already.
No, Toronto, hold up. Skeptic philosophy asks an interesting question. Were Adam and Eve going to have moral freedom before they ate from the tree?
Yes, they had a moral freedom.
No. Were they going to have moral freedom if they were before they ate from the tree?
What? Did
Let's
they have
imagine.
it?
Let's
Yes, they
imagine
did
if
have it.
Adam
Yes,
and
they did
Eve,
have
if
it.
Adam and Eve
Yes,
never
they had moral
hold
freedom.
up, hold
Yes,
up.
they
If
had it.
Adam and Eve never ate from the tree, would they have moral freedom?
Yes.
Okay, so if God never put the tree in the garden, would they still have moral freedom?
Well, I mean, it would. There could have been some other thing, but the point is, the moral freedom is so. If evil is breaking God's law, breaking God's commandments, and that was the commandment, right? They had one commandment: don't eat from that tree.
Well, then
And
why?
so they,
Then
that
why
was the
not?
moral freedom.
Okay, then
option
why
they
did
had.
God put the tree in the garden at all?
Because if it wasn't there, then they wouldn't have moral freedom.
So they wouldn't have moral freedom if they had never eaten from the tree.
If they had never eaten from the tree, they would have had it. Yeah,
Okay.
they would have had it.
What dictates to God that humans must necessarily have moral freedom?
I didn't say must necessarily. I said that he deems it as a moral good.
How do you know that? What dictates to what? Wait,
I'm
what
just saying it's
Hold
possible.
up.
It's
Hold up.
possible,
No.
dude.
What
Listen,
dictates?
listen.
No. What
Listen,
dictates
listen,
to
dude.
God?
Wow.
What dictates to the God that moral freedom is the greatest good?
Nothing dictates it to him. He arrived at that conclusion.
Okay.
Or
so
this is what I'm saying. It's possible.
So no. So
Purely
it's
arbitrary.
entirely subjective to the God. I disagree.
No,
I
I
disagree
didn't
with
say
this.
subjective.
No, hold
I didn't
up.
say
No, it is
subjective.
still mind dependent. It's not stance independent. It's stance dependent. God
No, why is
arbitrarily
it-
decides that moral freedom is the greatest good, but the
No,
parameters of that.
not arbitrarily. Not
but
arbitrarily.
it is arbitrary
He
because there's
argues
nothing that
it.
dictates to
No,
the God
it's
that it
not.
must be that way.
Because God is good. Therefore,
In comparison
He will-
to no,
he will
in,
always
wait,
choose
God
to
is
do
good in
things that are
comparison to
good.
what? God is good in comparison to what?
there's no comparison. It's
Oh,
just
hold on.
what
You've just
moral
back
goodness
mapped again.
is.
You've just back mapped again.
I didn't back map it.
Yeah, you did.
We're talking about
Yeah.
theories.
No,
We're trying to
you just said
explain the
it. This is
theory.
this is the good. This is the good. This is the good. Apparently, God doesn't have to have the ability to fail.
Dude,
Can your God
listen,
break those things?
hello, bro. He's making an I don't know, like the inner logic, like the internal logic of Christianity. He's critiquing the internal logic, right? So I am defending that internal logic. So I can use the internal logic of Christianity to defend it. All right, please.
You
That's
know that
not
just
saying anything.
wait,
back
Toronto,
mapping.
Toronto,
Whatever you're trying to say.
you know that just defining God as good does not escape the Euthyphro dilemma, right?
No, I think it does.
It doesn't
actually.
because
Why
it just reframulates the question. The question then
No, it
becomes: is God? Because normally is a thing good because God does it, or does God do it because it's good? The result of that of the Euthyphro dilemma is either that morality is relative, it's entirely subjective to the individual, to the agent, or God is not ultimate. But if you try to avoid it, like a lot of apologists do, like I get the shit from like this guy named Frank over in Taco's channel all the time, who says that no, it's a false dilemma because there's a third horn, and the third horn is God is simply defined as that which is being good. But here's the problem. There's no third horn. It's completely illusory. All you're doing is restructuring the question, because the question then becomes and I'll explain how. Give me 1 second. I actually need to like bring something up here really quick. Just so I can articulate this correctly. Just to make sure. Okay. So the question then becomes, is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness, or is God's nature good merely because it is his? It's still the Euthyphro dilemma. It's still the Euthyphro dilemma. You've just reshaped
first of all,
it.
you didn't explain it. You didn't explain the first horn of the Euthyphro or the second horn or whatever. If you're saying the first horn is the external standard, right?
Okay.
Wait. Yeah, hold on. You say the first horn of the Euthyphro dilemma is the external standard. The second horn is this idea that it's like his arbitrary choice.
Yes.
All
That
right?
it's either
No,
hold up, Toronto.
so
No. You're almost there.
third
No,
horn.
Toronto, you're almost there. The Euthyphro dilemma posits, what it was positing when Plato wrote that was, is a thing good simply because God does it, or does God do a thing because it is good? The outcomes of either one of these options, if the first horn is true, then that which is good is simply that which is good because it is being declared that way by God, which means that the distinction of what is good is dependent upon God's mind. It's completely subjective. And hold up, I'm not done. I'm not done. It's completely subjective to God. It's mind dependent.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
The other horn is that there is a standard. Stop. Shut up. The other horn is that there is an external standard independent of God's mind of what good and evil ought to be.
Okay.
And
now,
that
can
God
I explain?
is
Okay, I
hold
got
on,
it.
I'm not
We already
fucking
talked about
done.
this.
Shut your fucking mouth and listen. And the external standard, God is accessing to then articulate it to people, which means that God is not ultimate. Okay? That's the two horns. God is either not ultimate or the moral distinctions are entirely subjective to the agent. When you reframe it, as many apologists have done, try and say, well, it's neither. It's a false dilemma because God is simply defined as that which is being good. Then you still need to understand what good is. You can't just say God is good is God. That's just unformatively tautological. So all you're doing is reframing the Euthyphro dilemma to express this notion. It restructures the question to be this. Is God's nature good because it aligns with an external standard of goodness, of what good ought to be? Or is God's nature good merely because it is God's nature? All that is doing, when you say God is good, is defined as being that, you're just reformulating the Euthyphro dilemma. You're not actually escaping it.
No, I'm not. That's not what's happening here, because you're trying to make it into this thing where we're trying to determine what good is. That's not the question here. The only question
we do need
is
to determine what it is.
no. That's not part of this Euthyphro dilemma right now. Okay. Well, all we're trying to figure out right now is why does God do things?
Because it wants to.
Hold on a sec.
No, because it wants to. That's the answer.
Of course, yes. But we're trying to establish why are things good based on his actions or whatever, right?
They're not. They're subjective. They're subjective. They're good because God declares them to be.
Dude, will you stop, please?
I'm answering your question.
No, I'm not. I never asked a question, dude. I never asked a question. What I'm trying to do here is explain to you how the third horn of the dilemma works. And why
I just
we're
explained
not...
it. I just divested it.
You just completely strawmanned us.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. That is
the
rebuttal.
Dude.
That is the rebuttal to your thing. You need to.
Can I explain why you strawmanned?
No, I'm not interested. What I'm interested in is
What are you doing? Dude, you gave an argument. And now
what I am interested in at this point is not arguing the theological bullshit. What I'm interested in is, how do you know that God exists for any of this to be irrelevant at all?
Wait. So now you're changing the whole subject.
Yes, I am, because it's my stage and I can do that.
See, this is ridiculous. This is what you guys do. See, you don't want to have a prop.
Because it's my stage and I can do that. Because the whole argument about morality is irrelevant if your God doesn't exist. I want to get to the heart of the conversation because that's what's important to me. So, how do you know that your God exists as a concrete thing, independent of minds, without begging the question?
Okay, well, you're changing the subject. So,
yes, I am. I've already established that I am.
That's fine.
So, how do you know the God exists? Let's move forward.
The reason you're changing the subject is because you're losing on that.
How about you answer the question instead of bitching about the meta? I don't care what you think about the meta. I want to hear you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing, independent of human minds.
Okay, well, that's fine. Changing the subject is a clear tactic.
Will you please just answer the fucking question?
All right,
I don't care about the meta.
All right, why do I think God exists? Is that the question? Why do I think God exists?
Can you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing independent of human minds?
Can I demonstrate? Demonstrate? What do you mean by demonstrate?
You know goddamn well what I mean about demonstrate. Can you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing independent of human minds?
Demonstrate means like prove, right? Is
Yes,
that what you mean by
it's
that?
it's a way to do it. Yeah, you could use
So
those
I
terms
have to
synonymously.
prove it. I have to prove it in order for it to have any possible like.
To differentiate between a belief and a knowledge claim, yes.
Well, knowledge is like justified true belief, right? Justified doesn't mean
Not
fully
necessarily, no.
proven. Well, whatever, man. What do you say? What am I supposed to do? I have to prove it like math, like 2 + 2 =
Okay,
4.
let me
prove
break
it?
this down for you, Toronto. You acknowledge that there is a distinction between beliefs and knowledge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I understand, and I really don't care that you are convinced a God exists. I'm a doxastic and voluntarist. I hold that beliefs are the things that we are convinced of and that we don't have like active control over what we believe. Like we can't choose
Okay,
our
I
beliefs
agree.
at will. All right. So
Fair enough. I agree.
I understand that you are convinced a God exists. People are convinced of all kinds of things. Like I said earlier, there are people out there convinced that Bigfoot arrives on UFOs and uses trans-dimensional portals to escape detection. Okay? That doesn't
Okay.
mean it's the case. They don't know that Bigfoot does
I
that.
know.
All right,
Yeah, but
so
like,
my
what you ask
question
me
is,
to
so my
demonstrate
question
it, like,
is, really simply, are you claiming to know a God exists, or are you simply claiming that you believe a God exists?
I'm claiming to believe it. But I
Okay.
think it's knowledge. Justified true belief.
But justified true belief can be kind of like dispelled with Gettier cases.
Oh, come on, Gettier cases, dude. Please.
Yes. Do you know
Anyway,
do you know
look.
what Gettier cases are?
I'm not getting into that fault. Look, forget about that. Look, are we talking about God or not? Look,
So
the
yes,
argument.
how do you know that God exists for any of this theological nonsense to be the case?
Okay. I guess we could go with the whole idea of the first cause, or like, what do they call it? The
There is a first. Are you
necessary
talking about
being?
you talking about? Well, I mean,
the necessary being. The necessary being.
well, that's
I'll
a
do that one.
philosophical argument that leads to a valid. Or that's a philosophical position that leads to a valid argument, but that argument is not necessarily sound.
It's founded on begging the question in the first place.
Also true.
How
Because
is it found on begging the
Because
question?
it begs the question of the existence of the God to do the thing that you think it's doing.
Oh, and additionally, it also begs the question, what do you mean first?
What do you mean by first?
And we know
What?
it's
Yeah, who says there's a first?
right. And also the
Oh,
evidence.
I left the first thing and I went to necessary being.
But also,
Oh no, you started with the assumption of there being a first. You haven't
No,
justified that.
I'm gonna leave that one and I'm gonna go with necessary being thing.
Okay,
That's
so just to put a pin
Reality
in that,
exists.
just to
Reality
put
is necessary. Next.
just to put a pin in that last.
Reality
one.
is not necessary.
Hold up. Just to put
Says
a pin
you.
in that. Just to put a pin in.
Definition.
Oh, hold up, guys. Just to put a pin in that last one. All of the evidence that we have access to indicates that there is no like beginning of the universe. Okay, that the universe did not begin to exist. All right, there's no evidence that indicates that. Big Bang cosmology does not state that. All right, so just to put a pin in that and just be done with it. Now you're going to the argument, the philosophical argument that you're defining the God as that which is necessary. That's great. You can define anything you want as being necessary. I can define my left nut as being necessary.
Oh, I'm not going there. I didn't say that.
No,
I didn't
hold
say
up,
that. You're
hold
trying
up.
to put words in my mouth.
No, I'm not. No, I'm just saying you are defining the God as that which is necessary. That's fine.
I didn't even go there yet.
But
Didn't
you
go there
no.
yet, man.
I'm going down a line of reasoning here. You can
All right,
define it
whatever.
as being necessary, and then you can argue from that position. That can lead to a logically valid argument. I have no problem with that. I can make a logically valid argument. Okay? There's many that I could make. I could do the argument of ad motherfuckerum if I wanted to. But just because your argument is valid, don't make the same mistake as Jay Dyer. Just because your argument is valid doesn't mean your argument is sound.
I know. Like, this is what I was trying to say to you. You're trying to ask me to demonstrate that God exists. It's
Yes.
it's like an absurd ask.
It's not an absurd
It's like-
ask. I can actually tell
yes, it
you.
is.
I can actually tell you how you could do it if your God actually existed.
No, you can't.
Yes,
No
sure,
one
I can.
demonstrate
I should.
God
No.
exists.
If your God existed, if theism was the case, I could tell you how it could be done.
Okay, let's hear it. Let's hear that.
Really simple. If theism is the case, this logically entails that the God is interacting with the world. Okay, interacting with the thing that it created. If the God is interacting with the thing that it created, then by the law of identity, its actions can not be indistinguishable from non-actions, meaning that a miracle, which is what people would typically define as a God action, would be distinguishable from a completely naturalistic thing, like, say, the wind blowing, okay, or like a rock rolling down a hill, okay, for whatever reason. So in that respect, there are naturalistic phenomenon and then there are God phenomenon. Per the law of identity, they cannot be indistinguishable from one another. All right. Given this, we should be able to determine the distinction between these two things. What qualifies as a God action as opposed to what qualifies as a non-God action. With that information, we can develop a predictive model that yields novel testable predictions as to when we should be able to expect to see under what conditions a God action. Okay. And in doing so, even if they were to appear at random, like say gamma ray bursts at the distant edges of the universe, those things are random, but we do still have models about them. And in that sense, we could at least then open the door to inquiry because we have identified that there is an acting force on the universe that we haven't identified previously. Hold up.
Demonstrating God, dude.
Because it doesn't demonstrate
Your
that any
model?
Toronto,
Dude?
stop. It doesn't identify any one particular God as existing, but what it does identify is that there is a force that is acting on the universe independent of all other natural phenomena.
Okay, well, the resurrection of Jesus Christ
is not historical. It's not historical. It's
It's
theological.
100%
No, it's not.
historical.
It's
Whatever,
theological. That's a theological
It's
claim.
historical. No, it's a historical event. It's
No,
historical event.
Toronto.
It's
All
written
of biblical,
about in historical text.
Toronto, all of biblical scholarship disagrees with you. They indicate that
all
the crucifixion.
all of biblical
They
scholarship
indicate that
disagree.
the
What a
crucifixion.
joke.
They
What a
indicate
joke,
that they indicate that the crucifixion is a historical claim, while the resurrection is a theological claim.
No, they're both. They're
They're not, because there is
you
no
don't have to
evidence.
believe them.
There is no
can
evidence that
dispute
there
them.
is no evidence that the individual.
There is evidence. There's historical evidence. There's people. There's
Toronto. There is no evidence other than the story being told. There's the claim that Jesus resurrected. That is theological.
History is eyewitness testimony, is it not?
No, not always. No, sometimes it's
Almost all of it is,
sometimes
especially in ancient history. Yeah, archaeology, okay, but
you have one
history
claim.
is eyewitness.
You have one. Okay,
eyewitness.
how many extra biblical sources claim that Jesus resurrected? 0. The claim is only found in the fucking cult manual.
That doesn't disprove it.
No. It just reduces.
Just because you called it a cult manual.
Toronto,
you called it a cult manual.
Toronto,
mean
it
it
reduces the probability that it is the case, but not to mention.
Reduces the
not to
probability.
mention-
What is that? That doesn't prove it's.
Not to mention, there are many other claims of resurrection that you don't accept from other cultures. Okay? Just because you think that your cultural claim of resurrection is true does not make it the case.
Oh, there's many reasons to believe that this one is a better documented.
And guess what? It's more and guess what, Toronto? It's more parsimonious to hold that he did not resurrect and that his body was just taken away. And that's why Mary Magdalene was like, I don't know where his body is. That kind of explained that contradiction.
No, it's not
I'm not fucking done. And so it's more parsimonious, not to mention because you still need to beg the question of your God's existence for Jesus to be supernatural. So again, you're still begging the question. How do you know that God exists?
Yeah, quick note for what went wrong. Quick note for what went wrong with history there. See, as soon as history went out the door, the next words out of your mouth were, "You can't prove it didn't happen." We went down from.
I never said that. I never.
You can't prove it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Yes, those words came out.
Say that. Those words did not leave my mouth.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, whatever. Dude.
I queued on them.
Absolute joke.
Yeah.
Anyway, whatever. Who cares?
No. We do care.
He's asking a question.
I'm pinning a point in here on the fact that, see, we went down from, super established to doesn't mean it didn't happen. So we just went from high
No, I never
standards
said
to
that.
zero
I never
standards.
said
Oh, you
that.
did.
No, at some point.
Don't
no.
worry. This is recorded. We'll be able to go back and trust me. I'm
Mm.
putting a timestamp on it when it hits YouTube.
Wait,
I'm gonna timestamp it.
Toronto, be quiet
you
and let
said-
Andrew finish
No,
his
no, wait.
question.
Oh wait! I remember why I said that now. I remember why I said.
Oh,
that now.
oh, now you do remember saying
I do.
it.
I
This is
do.
a-
Now,
hold on, we got another miracle here,
because
folks.
JL was trying to say that it's only reported in the New Testament, which I don't even know if that's true, but let's just say that is. He's
Doesn't
saying
mean it
that
didn't happen. I know, it's amazing how small it- I'm pointing out the standard swing. We just did the biggest possible arc.
There's no standard swing, dude. You're just,
Sure it
you're
is.
just taking my words out of context. JL said that the resurrection is only reported of in the New Testament, therefore it's wrong.
No,
And
that's
was
not
just
what I
saying, well,
claimed
that
at
doesn't
all.
prove-
That's not what I
Or
claimed
you were
at all.
trying to hint at that.
No, I
You're
wasn't.
trying to
I
make that
said,
sound-
I said, because there is only one source for that particular claim, that reduces the probability that it took place. And then I went on to say, ultimately, it's irrelevant because you still need your God to exist for that event to have taken place, which you still have not demonstrated that your God actually exists in order for Jesus to be supernatural in nature. So again, you're still begging the question.
Like this is the,
And
look,
technically,
this is the thing. You
we're a
guys-
few,
you guys
we're a
look,
few
look,
shorter
look.
steps.
Let me explain to you
We're
why you
still
guys are not
we are
being
still a
rational.
few shorter steps away.
Look, hold
Not
on
just
a
from
second,
it
hold on a
that
second.
this not
Let me just
okay.
explain-
It-
let me just explain why
Toronto,
you're
you've
not
got to be
stopping, are you?
quiet.
Wow, executive function.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Andrew.
Actually, that doesn't prove the God exists. See, that would only hope to establish that the event happened. Now, I see your explanation for the event becomes a whole other question at that point. See, it's not like you get to jump right to the end of, oh, well, then every other piece of the story must be the case. You might have established an event happening. You don't get to jump to the, oh, therefore, everything else I said is exactly why it happened.
Never did that. I never said that or did.
Oh no, this jumps to whether or not the God is real. That's what it does. See,
I know.
could
Well, look,
establish
this
a
is the thing.
resurrection.
First of all, let me just explain to you guys. Like, look, this whole thing started by JL's trying to claim that the Christian faith is irrational based on this problem of evil thing, right? And I was just trying to show that it's possible that he's wrong.
No,
therefore it's not a contradiction. Hold on,
not all
hold on.
loving.
Hold on, can I just make a
No,
point?
because
I
you're
was trying to
wrong.
point-
You're wrong because
Wait,
you're leaving
wait,
out a
dude,
part
no,
of it.
Why
No,
did you change
Toronto.
the? Why did you change the subject?
Toronto, you are wrong because you are leaving out a part of what I said. It is impossible if the God is omnibenevolent or all loving or all good. If the God is not one of those things, then it is possible.
Dude, my point was just that we changed the subject so many times because you guys.
I
are
changed
not
the subject
interested.
once.
No, look how many times we changed subjects now.
Okay, we need to stop the whining. That's all this you're putting out more
No, it's
wine
not
than
whining.
content.
It's like
You
guys
are.
don't have a
You're whining right now.
That-
Just move on.
No, Toronto,
All right.
I'm not allowing you to control the flow of the conversation because it's not your
Oh,
stage.
what?
It's not your stage. It's my stage. I want to know how you know your God exists. That's what I want to know. That's what I am interested in. Because this is my stage, not your stage. If you want to run your own stages and do your own thing, then go fucking do your own thing. I don't care. I want to know, how do you know your God exists? Because if you're just convinced that it's true, I don't give a shit because you can't demonstrate it to be an actual fact of reality. So no one should take what you're saying seriously.
Okay, but we understand that things that are in the real world are not subject to proof or demonstration in the same way as like mathematics and stuff, right? So if you're expecting me to prove God in that kind of way,
Are
No,
you
that'd be
admitting
a
that? Wait,
category error.
are you no? Unless it is a category error, unless of course you're admitting that your God is nothing more than an abstract concept.
what? No, that's got nothing to do with
No,
what I'm
because
saying. What I'm saying-
mathematics isn't abstract.
Yes, I'm saying to you that God's real. In the real world, things are not subject to that kind of proof.
Okay,
So I cannot demonstrate.
things are either concrete or abstract.
Yes, God is concrete.
Okay, how do you know
However,
that? How do you know
again,
that?
again. As I was saying to you, things in the real world, things that are concrete, are not able to be proven in the same way that we
Then
can
how
prove
do we know
math.
they're? Then how do we know they're concrete?
do
Because concrete means to stand in causal relation to things. How do we know that they're not concrete? How can we label them as concrete if we don't know that they're concrete?
We just it's part of our like pragmatic way of life.
No, it's
you know,
not.
where we don't-
We have to demonstrate that they are causally effective.
So how
No,
much
we don't
math?
demonstrate-
Okay,
we
since
don't
we're
demonstrate
talking
anything.
since we're talking
Or
about
causally
concrete,
effete, I think is the term. So
yeah, since we're talking about things that are concrete, and you keep trying to bring math into this, how much math do I need to hit you with a brick?
What are you talking
You want to talk
about?
concrete? I'll give you concrete, literally.
concrete.
Yeah. So, thing. There is a thing. How do you have a thing?
What are you talking about, dude?
You're saying there's a free floating consciousness. How would you establish that?
All right, as I was saying to you before, we have these things in the universe that are contingent.
Doesn't mean
We're diverting down to
No, well, hold
Yeah.
on. True. There are things in the universe that are contingent. That does not logically entail that the universe itself is contingent. Or no, it doesn't mean that it is caused. The universe could have been a different way. I hold that it is brutally contingent, but I hold that existence in and of itself is necessary. And the thing that exists is the universe. And it has always existed and will always exist. It just exists in different states. So, but I'm not begging the question of the existence of the universe. You are begging the question of the existence of your God.
No, you're saying that now. You're saying reality is a brute fact. Why should
I
It's
hold
on the table.
It's on the table because all worldviews terminate in one of three positions: either brute, circular, or infinite regress. That's the trilemma. I hold that the universe is brutally contingent. The universe exists. It has always existed. There is no explanation for its existence because it is necessary. That is it. It is brutally
It can't be
contingent.
necessary. It can't be
And
necessary.
it is contingent because it could have been otherwise, because there are other logically possible ways the universe could be, but it just happens to be this way. So
I actually happen to differ from that one in an interesting way.
It can't be necessary because it could have been otherwise. It could.
No.
Okay, so
no.
hold on.
Existence couldn't have been otherwise because something exists. I'm saying that the state of the existence could be a number of different logically possible ways.
And here's where I would differ. We can only imagine that things could be different. You can't demonstrate it. It's the same thing like fine tuning. Where's the dial? You imagine. You are talking logical possibility. All the
Yeah,
logical
that's what we're talking about,
possibility in the
logical
world
possibility.
means absolutely nothing if there's no dial. So, can you demonstrate any of that? Where's the dial?
We're not saying there's a dial. We're saying that it could. There's just nothing. There's no reason why we should think that this couldn't have been some other way.
We're back to logical possibility.
Or even the
Logical
fact that it
possibility.
changes.
Logical possibility says an entire herd of unicorns can come flying out your butt because that doesn't contain a contradiction. Who cares?
No, there's also metaphysical possibility, right? We're talking about metaphysical possibility.
And
So
how
now
does
we're
that
in-
come?
Now we're in the
How's that
realm of
boil
pure
out any
spec- yeah.
different?
Now we're now in the realm of pure entirely speculation.
But what if? Yeah, but your what
Is
if
there something
cannot be possible,
impossible
period.
about the universe not existing? Why is that?
No.
Why is that the case?
I'm saying that it's logically possible that the universe, I hold that technically, and so skeptic philosophy brings it up. The energy for the universe sounds more accurate. Technically, the energy, the universe in itself is an expression of energy, and so the universe as it exists with all of the matter that's in it is an expression of energy, of work being done. But the universe can be in a state where it is simply energy, as it was prior to what we call the Big Bang.
It could have been.
So it's
It
just
could have been
different.
the
It's just
energy
different
wasn't.
states. It's just different states. Okay, the energy
Why
is in different
couldn't it have been
states.
that it didn't exist at all? The energy didn't exist at all. Why?
Because
Because energy
Is
can
there
either be
something
created or
logically
because energy
impossible
can either
about
be
it?
no because energy
Is there a
can either be-
logical
because
impossibility?
energy can either be created or destroyed, and because energy
tell you what.
exists, energy has
That
always
doesn't.
existed.
That doesn't.
well, hold on. I'm going
No,
to claim
no, no,
hold
dude,
on.
what are you
I'm going to claim a
talking about?
nomological guarantee. We're having this conversation. So could there be nothing? Apparently not. Apparently nothing wasn't the thing that was going to be. Because this is what is.
No, but the universe. We're not saying nothing at all. We're just saying the universe. It could have been
Well, then
something other
what
than
else is there?
another universe or God or
Oh,
whatever.
another. Oh, so not the universe, just universe. Oh, gotcha.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is reality or whatever he's saying. He's saying reality.
Sure,
is
you could say that there.
necessary.
Sure, you could make the argument that there are multiple different realities that currently exist side by side one another, like multiverse theory. But guess what? All of the realities that exist would still be within the set of the universe. It's just different
okay,
realities
no,
okay, if
in
you
the
wanna
universe
call it-
itself. Because the
All right,
universe
How do
well,
you
is
that would
defined,
also be
because
that
the
would also
universe
be
is defined
contingent.
as being the sum total of all that exists.
Okay, so then that would also be contingent. It's all
No.
it's all that exists in the material
No,
world.
it
Not
exists.
all that exists.
No. We're talking
Naturally,
if this is all that is, then
No,
that's
is
it.
that- no, it doesn't matter. No, that doesn't. It's not. No, the universe is not all that is. It's all.
Okay,
that is
so
in the
so what?
material
So
world.
show us the +1. How do you get to +1?
Well, there could be God. or
Could
there
could be.
no.
See, you're not demonstrating anything. You've just
I'm
let
just
it
saying
happen.
we're talking about logical possibility, right? That's what
No, we're
talking
not.
Okay.
No, we're chucking
That's
that out
exactly
the
what
door
we're talking
because
about. What are
Okay,
you
I
talking
want to get us
about?
back. I want to get us
Unicorn.
back on track on this. It is within the realm of logical possibility that no God exists. There is no contradiction there. Okay, and I'm not going to beg the
maybe.
question.
I don't know. I don't
And
know.
I'm not going
I
to
don't know if
beg the
that's
question of the
necessarily
existence
true.
of a thing in order to do something. Okay, so
I'm saying no. Well, you haven't shown that it's logically, or maybe logically, but not metaphysically. You may be right that it's logically possible that God doesn't exist, but it may be not metaphysically
no, well,
possible.
Oh,
hold
it
up,
may
no, hold
be?
up, no, well, hold up. I can, because if the God doesn't exist, that would just mean that certain metaphysical groundings would not be possible, because there are certain metaphysical groundings that are only possible because a God exists. But if no God
Yeah.
exists, that just means that we can't ground certain things metaphysically in a certain way, which is
Yeah.
not problematic.
It is.
It's not
No, it's
problematic.
not.
It's not in any way.
I'm actually saying that God is the ground for everything. So
Okay,
no,
I'm
you're
saying that
right.
it
begging the
doesn't
question.
need to be. I'm saying that it doesn't need to be, and there's no contradiction if it isn't.
Well, what other ground do you have?
Reality itself.
Reality itself, naturalism, physicalism,
No,
materialism.
reality
Is what
reality
reality
is not
is. So
necessary,
what do
it's
you
contingent.
what do you understand the word metaphysics to mean?
I don't know. It's just study.
That's really
of
slow to get a
mind.
word you're using very flippantly.
Oh well, I want to be careful with my words here, but I mean, I would. say
You
it's
don't. You
just
should know it
study
off the
of-
tip of your tongue immediately.
use it often
Just
enough.
coming out-
Dude, look,
coming out your
can
mouth.
I just talk? Why are you trying to be like? You guys are too. You guys are too.
Stop
Provide-
bitching about,
like-
stop
What does
bitching
word
about the
mean?
fucking meta, and just
what's
acknowledge
the word
that
mean?
metaphysics is the branch of
opposite-
metaphysics is
it's
the
like
branch of
wanna
philosophy
fight.
that examines the basic structures of reality. It is concerned with the principles, with the first principles of things, like including abstract concepts
Okay.
such as being, knowledge, substance, cause, identity, time, and space. But metaphysics
Okay.
could identify that the literal grounding of these things is completely naturalistic.
No,
So
okay.
universe
Well,
is
well,
what
look,
universe. So we're looking at
naturalism-
what's on the table here. Universe
Naturalism
is what universe is. This is what we're comparing here. This is what's on the table versus you adding an item onto the table. Universe is what universe is, or reality is what reality is. It does what it does, because that's simply the way it is.
Oh, sorry, you're not understanding.
this is idea number
Physical-
one.
The universe is a physical reality, right?
We
Well,
experience
that
it
doesn't
as such.
explain the necessary truths such as
Take it easy, Raven.
logic.
No, there's no
Truth.
such thing as necessary truth.
Yes, there is. What are you talking about?
Trust me, this will not end well for you. This will end
What?
very horribly for you in this picture. What is truth?
That was
JL?
No,
Wait, we're not on TikTok. We can get graphic, right?
We can.
Buckle up. So,
What?
necessary truth. What do we take truth as?
What is your
What is
definition?
truth?
What is your definition of what is true, Toronto?
it corresponds to reality, I guess.
Oh, okay. Now that makes it inherently. Now the only way to have truth per se, that's a result of an evaluation of a proposition.
Okay.
X is so. Truth is the evaluation of the proposition, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Truth is the evaluation. No, truth
No.
is not the evaluation.
Yes,
Truth is
it's the determination
proposition
that the proposition does indeed.
No, that's
correspond.
not. No. The determination is something separate.
No.
Truth is
No,
the
hold up.
proposition
You
itself.
arrive at a truth. Okay, truth is a property. Truth is a property of propositions. The proposition is
Yes.
either true or false. So,
Right.
So-
how do you determine the truth
Oh,
of
no.
the how do you
It's
determine
gonna get messier.
how do you
JL,
determine the
this is
truth
gonna
of
go
the
interesting.
That's a
Give-
totally
give-
separate.
give me a
question.
moment. This is
Toronto,
going
the whole
forward.
point is you determine the truth of a proposition by evaluating the proposition. So it requires
Okay,
an
so what?
evaluator to
That's
determine
irrelevant.
the truth.
That's
Actually,
right.
JL,
Yeah,
to kind of go there.
That's relevant.
So where does a proposition exist? In order for there to be truth, there must be a proposition.
Agreed.
Where does a proposition exist?
In a mind? I don't know.
Okay, now picture this reality. We're going to take an alternate look on this reality. It's going to get dark. We're the last two beings in this particular reality that have minds. Now, I want you to start forming a thought, and I want you to put out, and I want you to utter a proposition about reality. You ready? Okay, ready? Start your proposition. Ready?
What am I doing?
for it.
Sorry, I don't
Make a
understand.
proposition. Make one.
Jesus rose from the dead.
Bam. Bam. Before anything got uttered, I just popped a cap in you. The contents of your skull are currently the hypothetical skull is now a hypothetical stain on the back wall. Where's your proposition now?
But it doesn't matter. There's still.
I know
mind.
there's no proposition. Apparently, whatever you were
That's-
going to
that's
say
what I'm
about
saying to you.
reality,
The
whatever
fact that-
statement you were going to have,
this is what I'm
whatever
saying to you.
statement you were about to make about reality is gone. But apparently, if
Yeah.
you're going to make a statement about a rock, that thing is still there.
I know.
It
But
didn't
truth
need you to
still
make a
exists,
statement
right?
about it.
I know, but truth still exists, right? That's why.
No, it
that's why we
doesn't.
know
Where's the
there's a
truth?
God.
Truth is held as a result of a proposition. Where's the proposition?
In God's mind.
Oh no, there's no God in this picture.
That's your.
Oh no, you're begging the question. I'm showing you where a proposition is. So you're inventing a thing, and that's not part of this. You're now creating an external critique here. No, we're doing an internal critique of what we're putting on the table for you.
No, yeah,
You
but
work within our paradigm.
is false.
You have to work within our paradigm. You're trying to jump outside of the hypothetical.
No, I don't. No,
you're
I
adding
don't.
the God.
I
No,
explained to you that.
Toronto,
you don't get to add the God.
Hold up, Toronto. If you're just going to refuse to engage with it, then there's really no point. Okay? Stop trying to weasel out of it and just deal with what's being presented to you.
You guys are getting slain here. You don't even realize. it.
No, you're trying to shove
Okay.
your God into
I'm not.
the alternative
It's a
idea. You
necessary
just did.
truth.
But what about God? But what about
Necessary.
God in your non-God picture? Where's God in your
No,
non-God
you're trying to say-
picture?
You're trying to say that. Look. What you're trying to say is just because I didn't speak the truth, it doesn't exist.
Where's truth? Where is truth?
Wow.
Truth is a result of the proposition. Where's
Is
the
it not
proposition?
true that look? Let's say you killed me, right? You killed me before I could say the
Yep.
word.
So where is the
right?
truth?
So that's true,
Where's it?
right?
What
Hold
is
on
true?
a second.
What is true?
It true or not? Is it true
What
or
is
not?
true? What is
it true or
true?
not?
What is true?
If you killed me before I said it, then it's true that you did that, right?
Now by the way, guess where the next bullet's going?
Just relax. It doesn't matter.
Where's the next bullet
answer the
going?
question. Answer the question.
You didn't. I just did. Where's the next bullet going?
It doesn't matter.
JL, where's the next bullet going?
In your head?
in
It
your
doesn't
set-
matter.
Fucking right.
It doesn't matter. It's
Oh,
still
yes, it
true.
does.
It's still true.
Yes, it
It's
does
still-
because
is
I'm
it
erasing.
true that you
It
shot
does.
yourself in the head?
It
Is
does.
true? Is it true that you shot yourself
There's
in
no
the
truth
head?
anymore. There is no
No, it
truth
isn't.
anymore.
Oh, there is, because it's still
No, there
true that
isn't.
you shot yourself in the head.
No, there is no mind anymore. I just
See,
put a
now-
cap
no,
in the
no.
last mind.
So,
Why do you think I
this is
brought
the
it back
thing.
down to both of us?
You're insisting. You're trying to pretend that you're the last mind. but it's
No,
still
that's what the
true.
hypothetical is.
Hold on. No, no, hold on a sec. Hold on a
It's
sec.
the hypothetical. You're
Yeah,
just
I understand your
engaging.
Yes, I understand your hypothetical. And within your hypothetical, all right?
There's
that
two
is-
minds.
Look,
Up
listen,
minus
dude,
one.
listen,
Up minus
listen.
one.
Basic metaphysics. Basic metaphysics. If you killed yourself,
Yeah.
then it's true that you did that, right?
No. Where's the truth? Where's
What
the
are you
holder of the
talking-
truth?
that's
Where's the
what I'm telling you.
proposition?
That's what I'm telling
Where's
you.
the proposition?
Of course it's true.
No. Where's the
And the-
proposition coming from?
That's what I'm saying to you.
Where's the
the
proposition coming from?
proposition
You're failing
exists in
horribly.
The necessary being
No, you failed again. Where's the proposition coming from?
exists in the necessary being's mind.
Oh no! See, you've invented your thing into my hypothetical. That's why you're violating it.
A necessary being exists in all
All right,
possible
so
worlds.
hey, guys,
no,
okay,
you're inventing into my
hold
thing.
up,
Keep
because
violating.
you know, obviously Toronto is not
Yeah.
engaging with this. So, but
No, he
but
isn't.
I'll say this, Toronto, you keep wanting to push the God concept into this. You still haven't demonstrated that it exists. You have
No, I
almost
just like
you
no, look,
virtually
dude,
you have virtually conceded that it is an
Dude.
abstract concept in your mind. So how
I
do
did it.
you?
I did- I
How
never did
do
that. I
you?
never
So
did that.
so answer
I never
answer
did
this, Toronto. This is the question I'm going to ask you. If you dodge it, you're done.
Okay, go. Let's go.
I got a closer for that as well.
Demonstrate
You
your.
guys are getting
Can
absolutely
you
wrecked.
demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing, independent of minds? Yes or
And I
no?
demonstrate again. Demonstrate.
Yes
I told
or
you,
no?
Demonstrate is something that can't be done.
Yes or no?
In the real world.
Yes or no?
No, I can't. No, I can't do that.
Okay. Then why would I ever accept your claim that it exists?
Because there's many things that can't be demonstrated in that way that we accept and believe,
Like what?
such as the existence of logic itself, for instance.
Category error.
Logic is an abstract. It's a category error.
Okay. Oh, it's things that are all right. So
Say
You believe-
mathematics again, so I could say that one too, because it's the same thing.
You can't keep.
no, well, no,
pointing
like,
at-
I was
no,
saying to you,
Toronto.
you can't
Toronto.
demonstrate. You can't demonstrate anything in,
No,
in the real world.
Toronto, you keep referencing abstract concepts that we invent in order to impose them upon reality to quantify them and coherently
No,
communicate.
it's not true.
Stop. I'm
No,
not
it's not
done.
true.
You keep invoking abstract concepts that we invent in order to impose them upon the
I'm
things that
not-
we observe in order to
I'm not.
quantify and communicate about them coherently.
I'm not-
I
I'm
want
not
to
doing that.
know that how do you know your God is concrete, independent of human minds? You keep referencing abstracts.
Yeah, because you can't demonstrate things in the physical world. Dude. You can't do that.
Yes, we
Oh,
can. We certainly can.
I got a brick that begs to differ.
No, you can't do that.
Oh, you're entirely brickable, sir. I assure you.
No, because it's like you could go back to like solipsism or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, if you want to go back there, we can go back there.
You
that
can only
gets even messier for you.
demonstrate quote unquote within certain specific domains where you assume certain things to be true already. Only in those domains. could
So tell you what, if you want to invoke solipsism, imagine.
I'm not invoking
Now-
solipsism, bro. What I'm saying to you is
Yeah, I know.
demonstration of facts, demonstration of things is not like some kind of minimal requirement for believing things.
Toronto, the lack of an ability,
Wow.
the lack of any solution to the problem of hard solipsism is not a defeater. It is all it does is it reduces the claims we make about reality to matters of probability instead of being absolute.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay,
That
wait,
I
hold
can't
up, hold up,
demonstrate
hold
God.
up, hold
Like,
up.
it's
But
probable. It's
Toronto,
probable.
stop. But that's not problematic because we can operate understanding that the things that we accept as being true are probabilistically true to such a degree that it would be irrational to doubt them.
Yeah, that's
we
what I'm
can-
saying. I could do that
So
for
what's
God. I
the
could do
problem
that for
here?
God. So I could do that for God. I could do that for God.
But you can't demonstrate that it actually exists as an agent concretely independent of your mind. It is just an abstract
no,
that
I-
exists in your head.
No. What I'm saying to you is what were you saying? Probabilistic truth.
Probabilistic, we can be
Effect.
certain about, we have the probability to such a degree that we can be certain about them, and it would be irrational to doubt them unless you could present evidence that would warrant
That's
doubt.
what I'm saying. So that's true about God, about the resurrection of Jesus.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Let's
No,
let's
it's not,
go.
because your God has to first exist as a concrete thing for Jesus to be supernatural.
He does.
Okay,
exist.
so okay, are you claiming that you know that or that you just believe that?
I'm saying I'm just as I just told you. I'm saying that it's
Toronto,
rationally-
are you claiming to know that or are you simply claiming that
I'm
you
saying-
believe that?
It's probabilistically true to the point where it would be irrational.
No, it's not. Because I can reduce it because already you're begging the question of the existence of the God to do what you think it's doing.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that.
Okay, then
I'm just-
demonstrate your God exists as a concrete thing,
Okay.
independent of your mind.
Okay, things are contingent. The universe, therefore,
Lame.
must be something necessary to ground the existence.
No, there
As a
doesn't have to
Nope.
be.
Nope.
Yes, it does.
Well,
Nope.
technically there doesn't have to be, but if you want to get down to necessary things, we could just go with the quantum fields, because quantum fields are fundamental.
Nothing feels are necessary.
Sure, they are. I can define them
Why
as
are
being
you
no. Hold up.
necessary?
Hold up. I can define them as being necessary. Yes.
No, no, you can't just define things. as
Reality itself.
Wait. You just said you can't just define things as being necessary.
Yes.
So you can't just define your God as being necessary.
No, I'm not defining him that way. I'm saying that he's the explanation for the contingent things.
So you're
Explains
defining it as that which is necessary.
I'm not defining him that way. I'm saying that. Well, no. What I'm saying is that. Oh wait, no. He fits the definition of necessary.
No. You're
Whereas the quantum
defining
field
it.
does not.
You're defining it as being necessary because not all gods fit the definition
No,
are
no, no.
defined as necessary. You just happen to
No,
be
no, no.
defining
Not all
it as
gods.
necessary.
Yes, the theistic God.
No.
The theistic God
You're
is.
just defining it as being necessary.
Oh no, wait. I'm not defining it as necessary. What I'm saying is there's a test or there's a kind of set of attributes that are that necessary things have.
No, you're saying
God
that
has.
no, you're saying that the God has those things. You are defining the God as being the thing that you think it is. Or the thing that you think is necessary to do the thing that you think is necessary. You're begging the question.
No, I'm not begging the question. This is what I'm saying to you. There must be some necessary being to explain the contingent things.
No, there doesn't.
Hold on a sec.
That's some PSR bullshit. And no philosopher worth their salt holds to PSR.
What are you talking about? PSR is undeniable.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No. PSR is totally deniable. No philosopher worth their salt holds to the PSR. Because brute things are logically possible.
No, it's not true.
Show me the P not P. Hold up. Show me the P not P. Show me the P not P that shows that brute things are impossible.
Brute things are impossible. I'm saying no. That's not the question. The question is
no. I asked you. You stated that the existence of brute things is impossible. I want to know the P not P that shows that.
P not P.
Otherwise, you're just claiming they're impossible out of personal
contradiction.
Dale
wants the contradiction.
Otherwise, you're just claiming that out of personal incredulity.
No, it's like no. Well, that's what the principle of sufficient reason is, and the idea that no philosopher holds to it is absurd.
I said no philosopher worth their salt holds to PSR. It is so beyond outdated.
So, what are you trying to say? The philosophers that you like?
No, I'm saying the vast majority of philosophy does not hold to this antiquated notion.
They've abandoned ship.
The notion of the PSR is indispensable to
because PSR does not need to be held to if brute things are possible. There is no contradiction in brute things being possible, so therefore the PSR holds no water because there is no P not P because there is no P not P distinction.
No, it's not about brute things being possible. It's the idea that if we resort to that kind of explanation or brute.
This sounds like an appeal to consequences fallacy.
I'm not talking about consequences. I'm talking about.
No, you said if we resort to accepting brute things, then what?
Then rationality itself fails.
That's an appeal to consequences.
A failed one at that.
Then
because
your
it's a question about what rationality actually implies.
Because you explain things, right? You appeal to things, to the explanation of things. But if you don't say that there's some things that are brute facts, well, then it's arbitrary what you explain and what you don't.
No, it just means that it can possibly exist with no explanation other than it being necessary. And that's fine. That's sufficient. The only entailment, Toronto, the only entailment of this logical possibility within your worldview is that humans don't exist for a specific reason. That's the
No,
only
it's not
logical entailment.
No, it's not true. It's not true. It's
And
not about
human beings
reason.
don't exist for a specific reason. We
No, it's not
exist
about
because we
reason.
are products of the system that we evolved in.
Listen, it's not about reasons or purposes and things. It's about like explanation of states of affairs. Like
Yeah, that's
not.
that's going to break down on the ultimate level. You see,
No, it doesn't
you-
break down. The
Oh, it
ultimate
will, because you see, Brute breaks explanation because
Yep.
Brute doesn't have
No,
explanation.
this is my point. This is my point. Look, this is my point.
Brute does not have
If you try to say
explanation.
there's things that are brute facts, right?
reality
And it's
itself would be the
arbitrary-
brute
it's
fact.
Yeah.
arbitrary what you choose to
table.
explain and what you choose to say are brute facts.
It's not an explanation;
So
it's a
the whole
description.
notion of explaining things, which is the basis of rational discourse.
Incorrect, because
It's
I
just
can because
not
I can
the
look at other propositions and I can drive them down to it, and so I can determine these things. The universe is the thing that we like the reality, like Andrew said. We can hold that foundationally about the universe itself, but the things within the universe, yes, there are contingent things in the universe. And yes, there are explanations for things within the universe. But just because there are explanations for things within the universe doesn't mean the universe itself has an explanation. That's
Composition division.
That's a
fallacy.
composition division fallacy.
No,
all of the
point is, look,
evidence indicates that the universe has always existed and will always exist. And there is
Yeah, well,
no,
that doesn't
there
mean it's
is
not-
no,
that doesn't
hold
mean
up,
it's
hold
not
up.
contingent.
And there is no agential intentionality for the
I didn't say
existence.
that. I didn't say
No.
that.
I'm
say that
going
yet.
down a line. Just listen. And there is no agential intentionality for the existence of the universe. There is a mechanistic explanation, but not an intention behind it, because the intention
if you-
requires a mind to have that intention.
No, wait, the intention thing we can get to later, but if you try to say mechanistic only, that's a brute fact.
No,
And that's
there's a
just like-
mechanism behind it, like fluctuations in the like natural fluctuations in the quantum field. That's sufficient.
Quantum fields are contingent. Quantum
They're
fields are
not.
contingent.
They're
absolutely are.
You're
fundamental.
just you're
Why are
simply
they fundamental? How do
asserting.
you
You are
know they're
simply asserting that
No,
it
I'm
is
not.
contingent.
Look,
What
dude,
is
there's
it contingent
certain
on?
Understanding.
What is it? What is it contingent
Okay,
on?
and Toronto, the prevailing
know.
view,
I don't know.
Toronto, the prevailing view in modern physics is that quantum fields are fundamental, with particles being excitations or ripples
Fundamental
within.
to
I'm not
physical
done.
reality.
With particles being
dude.
excitations or ripples within these omnipresent fields, rather
Okay,
than
okay,
fundamental tiny balls themselves. So yes,
Okay,
quantum
even
fields
if-
are
All right,
fundamental.
look. All right, jail. Even if that's true, that's fundamental to physics, not fundamental to metaphysics.
The metaphysics is
Okay.
irrelevant because the metaphysics is
No,
talking
it's
about
not.
no, because we could simply say that the metaphysical grounding for quantum fields is that they are necessary and they have always existed.
No, dude, that's what I'm saying to you. No, they're not necessary. Just the fact that they're
How do you know
fundamental.
that? No, hold up. How do you know that they're not?
Because the necessary things.
No. How do you know that they are not necessary?
How do we know that the quantum field is not necessary?
Right. How are you determining that?
Because quantum fields are contingent by definition. They have specific like things like equations and values.
No,
and
that's how we
structures.
that's how we quantify
they're
them.
governed by
No,
laws.
stop,
They're
no.
governed by laws. Are the quantum fields governed by laws or not?
That's only if you hold.
Hold on.
That's only if you hold that
No.
laws are.
Are they governed by laws or not?
Toronto, not in the way that you're talking about. I am not.
Oh, yeah, right,
I do not
right.
hold to necessitarianism. I do not hold that these things are prescriptive. They are descriptive.
Well, whatever. They follow laws, right? They follow laws. Right?
No, we
They-
describe
follow.
we describe their behaviors, and then we
Yeah,
derive
I'm not trying to
laws.
say
We're
laws
just
like they have-
describing their behaviors. There's nothing that prescriptively governs them. You're still trying to sneak your God into the equation.
No, I'm trying to say like normativity. Like I'm trying to say, there's laws that govern. Like not saying govern like with a will and intentionality, but there's
no will
laws.
there.
There's random like
No.
natural laws that govern the quantum.
No, there are not.
What do you
Not-
mean there's not? What are you talking about?
They
dude?
are not governed, as JL said. They are
Listen,
descriptive.
dude,
This
listen,
is
dude, I'm not
you
talking
need to
about,
stop.
like,
You want to hear how you're wrong. You're gonna have to shut up.
Wow.
Yes,
Wow.
you don't want to hear the answer. You're trying to block the answer. Stuff does what stuff does.
Yeah, they
because
could have
that's
done
what
something
stuff.
else, right?
I'm not done. I'm
They
not
could've done
done.
something
I'm not
else,
done here. I'm not done here.
Wow.
Yeah, I know you don't want to hear the answer. You're desperate not to hear the answer.
Go ahead,
So,
Andrew.
thank you, JL. Stuff does what stuff does. Laws are our description of what we observe and what we expect, and does not seem to be violated. We are talking about this nature of stuff. Now, you want to talk metaphysics? Metaphysics. First principles. Stuff does what stuff does. That's your metaphysic. Right there. No, nothing tells it to be it. It is what it is. And tough luck if you don't like it.
Yeah, I get it. That's just like the laws of physics, right? But the
Not
thing
laws of
is-
physics. Laws of physics are our description of our
Yeah,
observation.
okay, yes, I understand. That's what you just said. That's what I'm saying to you. It's just it's the exact same thing, right?
It does not
Laws of
obey
physics.
things. It just
No,
seems
well,
to
dude, I'm
keep
not
doing
trying to
it.
say. Listen, dude, I'm not trying to say that they obey them like there's some kind of like normativity there, or they're being told things by like with an intention. What I'm saying to you is these random laws exist.
Nope.
Which okay,
No, they
if you
don't
wanna
exist.
say-
No, they don't exist.
or whatever,
They-
dude. There's some kind of like
You
like
also said-
they follow according to regular patterns.
According
They
to its
obey
nature,
certain-
it is
yeah,
what
well,
it
whatever.
is.
It could have been otherwise. That's the point. That's
No,
why
you
it's
imagine. No, you imagine. it
It's
could be
logically
otherwise.
possible.
I
that it
know
could have
that's
been
your
otherwise.
imagination. You
No,
see,
it's not.
just because it's logically possible,
Wow. Yeah, that's
just because
the point.
it's
That's what
logically
why
possible
it's
does not
confusing.
mean it's actually possible.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't
so
say that.
coming down
I
to it,
said it's
Toronto,
logically possible.
because we've been on this for a hot minute, and I think we've nailed it down. You acknowledge that you cannot demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing independent of minds, right?
I said no, not demonstrate by what? What do you mean by demonstrate? I mean, I can't.
You know
demonstrate
damn
in the
well
way
what I
that
mean by
you-
demonstrate because you operated as though you understood it earlier.
No,
in the
well, okay.
conversation.
When you said it to the point of like where I could probabilistically show that it's rational, it's irrational to deny it. I think I could do that.
No, because the things that you pointed at require you to beg the question of its existence for those things to be true.
I don't know. You're just saying that. You're just saying that. You're
I'm
even letting me
not,
speak.
because the resurrection can't happen if your God
I
doesn't
didn't say- I didn't
exist.
talk about the resurrection. I didn't talk about the
Toronto,
resurrection yet.
you did cite the resurrection, and the resurrection
That's
can't
later.
be,
That's
the
okay, look,
resurrection
you wanna
can't
know-
be Toronto. The resurrection can't be real if your God doesn't exist.
Look, let's start this again. You're asking me to demonstrate, probabilistically demonstrate that God is so probabilistically likely that it would be irrational to deny
No,
it, right?
I want to know that it exists.
Yeah, so that's what what can I do better than that?
Tell you
Bro,
what, let's
I
break.
actually gave you the answer. Provide me a predictive model that allows us to make better predictions about reality using the God info than any other model we currently have.
That's like I don't know. Now you're trying to put it into a box. First, you asked me to demonstrate it. I don't know. This is what you're doing. You're moving the
Don't seem to
goalpost.
understand what
I am not
probability
moving
is.
the goalposts. If your God exists, your
absolutely
God
are.
is a part of
First-
if your God
wait,
exists,
first
and your
you
God
said-
no,
hold on,
Toronto,
hold
if
on.
your God
Don't
exists
laugh.
and your God interacts with the world, it's a part of the equation. Its actions cannot be indistinguishable from non-God actions. Therefore, we should be able to use that data to develop a model that explains its interactions in the world and can predict them with some regularity.
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
Not
so I'm asking you, so long as your God actions are not indistinguishable from non-God actions, which would just render your God as
This is,
which
again,
would render
moving
your
the
God as unfalsifiable if they are indistinguishable. So
look, dude.
either
Now
way,
you're trying to say unfalsifiable. I have to prove. I have to make God in a way. I have to prove God in a way that's falsifiable. Like,
yes,
what are you talking?
if it exists, yes.
Listen, hold on a sec.
That
First
certain
you
things in
said-
the world would be impossible. No,
Faith,
that certain
faith,
things in the world that we observe would be impossible if your God didn't exist.
Dude, look, look, you move the goalpost like 10 miles.
No, that would
bro.
be the
You started off-
falsifiability. That would be the criterion of
you
falsifiability.
started off
What
with-
in the
you started
world
off
is
with
impossible? No,
demonstrate.
Toronto. What in the world is impossible if your God doesn't exist?
What is impossible? I
Yeah.
don't know. square circle?
What? Name one thing in the world that we
Oh,
observe
if God
as being the case that would be impossible if your God doesn't exist.
Okay, the existence of logic.
No.
Wow.
The existence of logic grounded in a way that if a God existed. But if a God doesn't exist, we can simply ground logic in another way.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can.
Actually,
You can't. Logic.
oh,
is
you want to ground
Yeah.
ground logic. This is
Interesting.
also really not going to go well for you. What makes you think you can? That's a thing you can do ultimately.
What?
You think you're up for? You think you're up for tag?
Yeah, I can
Because this
simply
goes
yeah,
so
I
much
can
worse.
simply
It's gonna
ground
go
logic.
so
I can
much
simply ground
worse.
logic as an abstract that is held axiomatically.
No,
Yeah,
it's
we can
not.
we can
Because
we can
if
argue
it's
it on a
just
pure
something-
pragmatic
if it's
basis.
if it's just something that humans made up, then you could just use some other logic.
No, I mean you could, and there are other things like dialetheism and shit like that. But the reality of it is, it very well, like the language of logic, could be a descriptive thing that we invented and we simply hold to axiomatically. A
Yeah, the
complete
language- the language
and
is-
total naturalistic grounding.
No, the language is something we made up, but the language describes something about reality that exists prior to humans, and will
No,
always exist.
No,
eternally
it matches our observation.
Matches our
so,
observation.
for instance,
It
yeah,
matches
you
the
start with-
observation.
you
Therefore,
start-
we created a language to describe it, but it's an observation of reality.
yes, it comes down to like
So that reality-
It comes down to the three basic axioms. in
Yes,
the
that
end.
is that reality that we observed. exists
Yeah.
for
Can your brain work otherwise? Are you able to violate the law of identity?
Exactly. That's my point. It's
So
something
if
created
this is
in our brain.
so this is a description of how we are. So this is our reasoning
why
is,
are we
is,
like
is
that?
within
Why
the
is the
framework
whole
of what we are.
Yeah, why is the universe like that? Why?
Why? Oh, because.
Just because you see brute facts.
Which is
Yes,
not, which is
we're
not a
back there
problem.
again.
Wait, Toronto. That's not a problem. It's a problem
Mhm.
for you
Problem.
because it doesn't allow
Yeah.
you to. It's a problem for you because it doesn't allow you to reconcile certain things that meet your emotional satisfaction. But that's irrelevant to what is true.
Again, if you try to say things are brute facts, right? Then you're just collapsing the whole reason for explaining things is because things are not brute facts.
No,
But
they
if you
could
try to-
be.
No,
The
you
explanation
declared
could
it.
be.
Hold on.
Toronto. The
Dude, why
explanation
can't I
could
ever
be
finish the point?
Toronto. The explanation could be that they are brute.
Dude,
Yeah.
no, that's not an explanation.
That
That's,
is.
do you understand?
It is.
No, it
The
is.
explanation
hold
for
on.
its existence could be that it is brute.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
You don't
Now,
understand what brute facts
so
are. You don't understand what necessity is.
now we're about to go down.
Categories.
We're about to go down the other side of this.
You don't
um,
understand the
So,
words you're using.
what explains the existence of your God thing?
Like, he's necessary, dude. Do you not understand?
Oh, just like reality's necessary.
Yeah,
Next.
reality
Again,
is
I just
necessary.
told you, reality cannot be necessary. It's been
Because you say
by
so.
definition.
Hold on.
No,
I'm going to
because there's
respond to you
things-
with the argument from Nya.
No, listen, bro.
Nuh-uh.
Again, this is the reason why you say this because you don't understand metaphysics. You don't understand.
Oh no, I do. I appear to
You
understand
don't.
it far better.
Yeah. If
Okay.
you don't understand why the right reality is contingent.
Okay. So at this point, right now,
Yeah.
I'm just.
think
We've
we're
been on this.
done.
We've been on this with Toronto for so long. I'm just going to sum a couple of things up. There's no logical contradiction in things being brute. There's no logical contradiction in brute facts being the case, or things that are brutally contingent being the case. I recognize that if there's no God, then things cannot be metaphysically grounded in a particular way, but that's not problematic because we can simply ground them in another way, which is just beside the point. Toronto has already conceded that he cannot demonstrate that his God exists independent of human minds, as a concrete thing, that it stands in causal relation to anything. I gave him a mechanism to be able to do that if his God were to actually exist as a concrete thing. So, but there we are. So when it comes down to it, Toronto, at best for the course of this conversation, your God is an abstract concept that exists in your mind that you then apply to things that you observe in reality, or to try and ground things in reality in order to meet some emotional satisfaction that you need.
Okay, can I talk now?
Okay.
Can I talk
No,
now? Because you just-
because we spent
just-
way too long on this. You've dodged way too many questions. You've moved the goalpost more times than I'm comfortable with, and I have entertained this as long as possible. There is no logical contradiction in your God not existing. You haven't defeated it. It is entirely possible that no gods exists, and until you can demonstrate that one does as a causal agent independent of minds, I'm not really interested in any of the like the things that are that require the God to exist to be true. Okay. given that it's my stage, and I know that there are other people that may want to put their hands up and may want to talk, and it's pretty much it. So when you can demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing, independent of minds, you let me know, and we'll get right on that. Cool? Sound good?
Nobody put their hands up, JL. You guys getting dusted. Now you have to mute me to make a point.
You're not dusting
Literally.
anybody. And nobody in my live chat, nobody in this chat, nobody anywhere thinks that, Toronto. You haven't shown the P not P. There is
I
no
don't have to
logical
show a P, not
contradiction.
P. Dude, not every contradiction is syntactical.
When you claim it is impossible, that entails
What?
that
What did I
entails
claim is
a
impossible?
P not
What did I
P.
claim is impossible? What did I claim is impossible?
That
What did I claim?
is it possible that no gods exist?
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah,
No,
that's
okay. So
impossible.
where's the P not P?
Again, it's not a P not P type of contradiction.
What possibility are you what possibility are you invoking? What modality?
Saying that God's a necessary being.
No, you're just defining it. No, what makes it
not wanna go
impossible
in the
for it not
circle
to be?
again.
Well, okay, we can make the now then if you want like that's the reason I'm giving, and then we can make the argument. But if you're asking me,
I want the
why is it
argument.
impossible?
No, I want the argument.
Toronto.
Okay,
Toronto,
I'm
we're
trying to
not
give you
going
the
to. I'm
argument
sorry,
from
we're not going to
that.
go in this
You just
circle
won't let me.
again. You're not giving
No,
the
because
P not
you-
P because you
you
know
guys
that
won't let me.
you're not giving the P not P because you know that there isn't one. We've already been down this road before. We've gone down it like 3 times, and I'm getting tired of it. And there's somebody else, and there's somebody else in the chat that does want to speak. So I'm going to put you back down in the audience. You have a good one. Come back when you can demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete thing, independent of minds. Thank you.
Ouch.
It's just getting really old.
Circling the drain there. That's for sure.
Sorry, double D Dan, triple D Dan. Sorry, triple D Dan. Yeah, we are done. I just wanted. I was hoping that we were going to get to something solid, like him giving the P not P and a God not existing, and it sounded like he was going to give that, but then he didn't, and so I put him back down because I thought we were going to break new ground, but we didn't. So I thought Andrew was going to get him there. It's like, come on, buddy. I thought we were going to get there.
Well, that's why I asked the modality here, and it's just a doubling down on the assertion. Why is it necessary? Because it's necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Because
just
I
wasn't
define it
getting
as
anywhere.
being necessary. I don't care. I really don't. So, because you could, I was going to give him the argumentum ad motherfuckerum, and I see DD Dan has got his hand
I'm
up.
not familiar. I'm not familiar. It sounds funny.
The argument
just for the sake of the audience, is this something good to lay out now?
Yeah. Dan, give me just 1 second before we get started. The argumentum ad motherfuckerum is premise 1. All apologists, all Christian apologists have sex with their mothers. Premise 2. Toronto Bible Study is a Christian apologist. Conclusion. Toronto Bible Study has sex with his mother. Argumentum ad motherfuckerum. It's logically valid. The conclusion follows from the premises. The question then is, it's sound.
It's actually rude as fuck, and I appreciate it because of that. And
It makes lots of sounds, apparently.
But yeah, I use
A
the
wide
arguments.
variety.
I did that with PMARS and PMARS. And I was like, I said all young Earth creationists and
I have
apologists.
heard this now that you mentioned them.
Yeah, I was like, all young Earth creationists and apologists have sex with their mothers. PMARS is a young Earth creationist and apologist, or presuppositional apologist. That was what it was. Conclusion: PMARS has sex with his mother. I was like, so PMARS, that argument is logically valid. Is it also sound? And he was like, well, yeah. And then we all just like hands up. Hands up. All right.
My.
Okay, sorry about that, Dan. Had to break that down. So what's going on? But what you got for us?
That's all right. It's garbage in, garbage out with those guys. So I'm not a Christian apologist.
Mhm.
I did have a question. It was in the side chat. Let me see if I can get it now. You said you were looking for God as a causal agent that is independent on minds, and I asked you, can God be a causal agent that is dependent on minds? And does that distinction change the discussion in any meaningful way?
So a causal agent that's dependent upon mind. So, okay, it does. If we're talking about an agent that exists independently of humans, because we were talking about what's logically entailed by the theistic worldview, that the God exists It exists as an agent independent of human minds, and it is causal, and it is concrete. That it means that it is in causal relation to everything that is not itself. So we're doing this kind of an internal critique of that worldview. If you're introducing its causal nature as being mind dependent, then that would be that, yes, the God itself, its causal relationships could be mind dependent, meaning it requires mind to interpret things as being, causally being in causal relation to the God. But that, I think, that would hold the implication that the God itself is an abstract, because it requires the mind to assume the God is there and then interpret the action as being from the God.
That's correct. That's very good. I'm actually impressed. So if God is an abstract object that does have a causal relationship to the world, meaning when millions of people believe in God, that actually affects things in this world. It changes the way people behave. The way people behave changes the world. Is that correct?
Okay, I got one on this one here, because that comes down to a law of identity. This comes down to a law of identity. See, like, what are we actually granting identity to? See, if we're looking at those things as being disparate concepts, now there's a question about whether the concept is actually unified across all those things versus just similarities in theme that grant it identity, for instance. So things will go fractally wrong at that point, but that's sort of like arguing a collective consciousness at that point. So it's not a causal. So it's not a causal agent in as much as, it doesn't have that executive function of its own. That agency would be a mechanistic description of the process you see playing out, but it wouldn't count as an agent functionally at that point.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'll agree with that. Okay. I guess my question would be: does it fundamentally matter when it comes to, once again, millions of people acting upon the world? Meaning, so what I'm going to propose is, even though there's no executive action for that, there's enough of a guiding principle, right? Much like with evolution, doesn't have an executive action, but there's a guiding principle that actually manifests itself in the physical world in a way that does appear to have executive function, although it absolutely does not.
I think, in order to and I agree with you that hordes of people across the planet believing in a particular thing, like standing united under the common banner of belief, can have an effect on the world. I agree with that. We've known that since human beings started walking upright, that groups of people that believe the same thing are more efficient. They can accomplish goals faster. They work together more efficiently, stuff like that. So I agree with that. I think that the question then comes down to, this is ultimately going to be subjective, because it's going to be what effects are they affecting in the world, and how do they benefit themselves and others, or how do they not benefit others while benefiting themselves? This comes down to subjective valuations, right? So
sure. Well, hold on. Was that a rhetorical right, or would I want to chime in at that point?
I'm sorry. I'm simply saying that in order to, I agree with you and the position that large groups of people believing in the same thing can have an effect on the world. But then we have to evaluate the effect that they're having, which would make that any determination as to why they ought be doing it entirely subjective.
All right. No, I'm trying to zero in on a point of disagreement, because I also agree with much of what you said, but I do want to clarify. I think, and I'm going to zero in on the objective versus subjective distinction that you're making now.
Mind dependent versus mind independent.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And like many things, there will be subjective and objective features. So I'm going to make a quick example to demonstrate this. Many people conceive of art to be subjective. As an artist myself, I can tell you absolutely there's objective features to art. And so there's both objective and subjective features. On one end, we have the interpretation of art, which is obviously more in the subjective realm. And then we have the objective features, which is like the tools and the medium of art that an artist would engage with physically. Now, what I want to do is overlay that into this discussion. We talked about the aggregate of people's conceptions of God and how that's a causal agent in the world. If we build a foundation from the bottom up, just like with art, with the mechanisms, that's an objective reality. Now, how that manifests itself is going to be an aggregate of subjectivity. So we're in the realm of like sociology being like a soft science where there's once again, a fundamental objective empirical basis that coalesces into an aggregate subjective interpretation, which then is documented once again with objective metrics to try to zero in and reconcile this objective versus subjective. So once again, let's apply this to our conversation about God. I'm wondering, what does it even matter if God is executive function or and any of the stuff, that the distinction I'm making, if something is active in the world and we can quantify it at the aggregate level, top down from 30,000 feet, we have to engage with it either way. Does that make sense?
I got several levels on this one because at that point you're talking about basically an assumed collective mental construct at this point. Now that doesn't have actual direct ontology because this is a process that plays out.
Yes.
So it doesn't have actual independent existence in that sense because it's a process. It's like saying driving isn't an ontology. It's a description of changes of states. So by that token, we could talk about this as a causal, process in that sense. We have to remove the word agent for certain. We're also talking about the impact of an idea of a thing versus the thing itself. So it's like saying, I've got an idea of a Lamborghini in my mind, but I don't have a Lamborghini. An idea of a thing is not the thing. But we can talk about the impact of those shared, for instance, values and whatnot. We could talk about that, and then we're going purely subjective on valuation. So now we're super subjective.
Right.
And if we think in terms of like what happened to Christianity, denominations pop up. So of course you're also not going to get uniformity either. Now you can talk about the ebb and flow and look at like general themes.
Hey, Andrew, Andrew, hold that thought for 1 second, because I think this isn't aligned with that. Kieran Dave in my chat, so basically that what's being presented is kind of confusing intersubjectivity with objective things.
Yeah, that's functionally where I was at. Like I said, it doesn't have a direct ontology.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but keep going.
I'm sorry, intersubjective is a very crucial word. I appreciate whoever brought that up.
Yeah, Kieran Dave. Yeah. So good. Keep going. Yeah.
That's exactly where I was, is that, and of course, even the interpretation of that and then the valuations are all going to be independent the same way that denominations take Christianity 20,000 different ways. So you could talk about it in a general thematic sense, sort of like that was that 20,000 mile view. And you can go, hey, sort of the river's kind of washing around, kind of in a direction. You can kind of talk about it with kind of values. But you need to understand what you're doing. Now, the question is could you take that same thought and apply it to any other part of sociology? Or could you not simply apply it to every other one and go, well, this is just another kind of thing, sort of like, for instance, political systems, economic models. You could do that with all of these constructs. So it is just another construct.
Yes.
And actually, or a hierarchy of constructs given that individuality. Like, see, we're talking about like the idea that, we have these people who supposedly think the same thing, but they're not exactly the same thing. You're just noticing an overlap and you're categorizing it a certain way.
Yes, absolutely. Can I jump in? Or
I think I made my point for this.
Yes, and point well received. I'm not sure if this does dovetail off of the subjective versus objective thing, but maybe that's reached a cul-de-sac. So it's, yes, you're correct. We could engage with the things. What I'm saying is we absolutely have to, as long as there's billions of people that have this idea and they're movers and shakers in the world, then this is a thing that's in the world that has to be contended with. So both you guys said something to the effect of, yes, you could engage with this, what I'm going to call an abstract object of God, right? And we can get into the semantics of abstract objects being perfectly existing or imperfectly existing, or finding another word for existing. But the thing is they're consequential in this world. So my contention is that we have to engage with these. And by the way, you guys, for example, are doing this. You're talking to Christians. You're having conversations. So you are engaging with these concepts. And what I think is, it doesn't matter if God exists as a independent executive function agent. It matters that he's causal in the world and consequential.
I agree that the concept that people holding the concept as being true can have a causal effect because it informs their behaviors. I agree with that. Okay.
Yes.
So, but I think, and this is totally subjective to me. I'm going to posit that straight up. I hold that it is important to derive a distinction, because if a person behaves in a manner because they are convinced that the concept is itself an independent thing that is concrete in the world, that God exists independent of my mind, that can lead to interpretations about reality that by my estimation would be unfounded, and so could
Agreed.
then inspire other behaviors that follow along with that. Like you could easily justify, I believe that my God is commanding me to do X, and I'm going to do it regardless of my individual moral distinctions, because I believe that God exists concretely. It interacts with the world. It is interacting with me, and therefore I'll do this thing. But if you divest people of the notion that it is concrete and acknowledge that it is in fact an abstract in their minds, they may be more hesitant, maybe not necessarily, but may be more hesitant to engage in such behavior.
Okay, can I reply to that?
Yeah, go
you're
ahead.
absolutely correct.
That's where I kind of come from. Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. I agree with all that. The thing is, and you might have encountered this, if you talk to 100 Christians and you try to disabuse them of this distinction that God is a actual thing, you're not going to have a lot of success. They're going to continue, and it's kind of baked into their worldview, their theology, if you will.
I agree with that.
So the thing is you're not going to rip that out of their hands. So you have to still engage in it. If your goal is to make the world a better place, if your goal is actually to do something effective in the world and not just have a debate with somebody that really goes nowhere, then you almost have to grant them their perspective and engage with them on that level, make the distinction, but then you can have a productive debate that actually might have some consequence in the world. Because as it stands now, we're getting close to a 50-50 sort of situation as to where historically maybe it was 90-10 on the side of the theological, right? So now that there's a 50-50, and if the conversation can't be had, the alternative is conflict, physical conflict, right? And it doesn't seem like that now on Discord when you're just talking to somebody, but that's absolutely the outcome if conversations are not had in a productive way. So trying to rip that out of somebody's hands is not tremendously productive. It doesn't sow product. It doesn't sow.
I agree. Yeah.
Hold on. I completely disagree.
Okay.
Hard. You say it's not productive. As we start watching those nuns, so for one thing, one could say that the argument against the what seems to be a poor argument for a thing seems to be growing. So it's working. The process that we're going through, the deliberation, is showing fruits. So hard pass. We are seeing progress. That's
a good
an
point.
immediate.
Let me ask you something.
Next, I'm going to take that slippery slope and say that it has to end in violence. I don't see the militant nuns roaming the streets. I do see abortion clinics being bombed, however. So if I'm wondering what this is going to come down to, if it's really just down to them, and that's all that they've got, I mean, that's really showing that they are the problem. If this is what is going to be the product of that, now this is your slippery slope, however, and I do not subscribe.
So I do want to contend with the first thing you said, though. So
if I can throw something in really quick, and this is to you, Dave, or this is to you, Dan.
Thank you.
Is it possible? I mean, and I agree with both what Andrew just said and what you just said as a cursory exploration of this. Is it putting an emphasis on doing more internal critiques?
Are you asking if that's my position?
Yeah, because I feel that internal critiques are really important. Basically, grant them the foundations of their position, and then explore how those lead to logical contradictions.
Sure. That could be one thing.
Because that's typically what I end up doing a lot. So
I would say I'm certainly on the exploration stage of this adventure, not the prescription phase. But I do appreciate that. That's a great idea. To contend with the first thing Andrew said.
Yep.
You're absolutely correct. We went from 90-10 to 50-50, and I would contend, or maybe I would suggest, that it wasn't solely because people had this like sort of debate, that there might be other factors involved. So while you could take some percentage of that needle moving. I'm not totally convinced, and maybe you could convince me that that was largely because of the debate that I'm kind of meta criticizing, or at least suggesting a different way of looking at.
Yeah, I'm seeing the trend regardless of what you think the mechanism is behind it. So it's like
Okay,
thinking thinking things aren't going to get anywhere. Oh, things are getting places regardless of how you want to frame it.
Right. What I'm saying is, okay, so if I'll just go ahead and stake out a claim really hard just so we can explore this. I'll stake out the claim that it's moving in that direction in spite of the debate, not because of it. I think there's other things that are more causal of that trend.
I
will call that a false dichotomy.
Well, I will say that the argument helps. It kind of like greases the wheels. But because these are conditions, we are talking about positions by and large that people have gotten themselves into irrationally, that really, when it comes down to the foundations of these things, a position that someone has gotten into irrationally, they cannot be gotten out of that position using rationality from somebody else. They kind of have to dig themselves out of it. So I would say that while the arguments and the discussions we have with individuals across the board, while they do grease the wheels, ultimately the individual has to get out of the hole themselves. And I think that I do agree with you that the world has gotten to a state where it is far easier for some people to get out of that hole on their own terms.
No, that's a great way to put it. Yeah. Like, the conversation does grease the wheels, and I think I think there's aspects of this conversation that are pieces of sand in this lubricant. So I think there is a potential for a lubricant to grease the wheels. But I think that I see a lot of this debate and this conversation just full of sand and not greasing the wheels and actually locking it up. And I think we could actually be at a different place. I think we're at 50-50 despite the nature and the posture of this conversation as it stands historically. Now, obviously, that's self-bias. I think my position is awesome, and your position sucks. Not you, but you know what I mean.
I get it.
Okay, right.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So, okay. So just to summarize, though, I think, and by the way, I will reject the accusation of a dichotomy. I'm definitely opposing things, and I'm willing to have a spectrum between them. I think, in spite of this conversation being all loaded with sand and lubricating almost absolutely nothing, it certainly could, if we would just allow these people to have their conception of things and engage with them in good faith. Granting that, I think it does nobody any service to try to rip that out of their hands. It seems extremely unlikely, and hopefully your conscious recollection of past events will maybe affirm that. Like, I don't know what your success rate is, but if you talk to 100 Christians, how many of them have you just ripped that out of their hands using the I don't know, whatever, the argument that, like, well, actually he doesn't exist. Yeah, gotcha. You know what I mean? It doesn't seem tremendously effective in my experience.
Except that you just gave us that giant statistic that begs to differ.
Oh, no, we've contended with that, and you kind of sidestepped that contention.
Yeah.
So you sidestepped that. I think that there's different mechanisms. This guy brought in lubrication, but you have not contended with what I've said. Sorry.
I would say that I can't honestly say of all the years that I've been doing this, I could probably count on one hand a person that I've had a conversation with, a believer that I've had a conversation with, where they have literally been like rocked to their core by what was presented and have walked away, divested of their belief. There have been some, because I've hit them with some like contradiction that they couldn't deny, and they're like, and it just like the worldview shifts underneath them. And I have seen that happen, but it's rare. I agree with you; it is rare.
Okay.
But I think the vast majority of the people that I talk to, I introduce to them concepts that have been, and they recognize that these concepts were denied them by the people, that the authoritative figures in their lives, and then they walk away with the question as to why was this information denied me. And I give them a foundation to begin asking questions and to not have the fear asking questions.
Okay.
Right.
So let me ask you this, though, if we're not stepping over Andrew. Let me ask you this. What exactly is the goal? See, if the goal is to actually control what somebody thinks, then you might want to engage with it in the historical classical way. If the goal is to actually have good outcomes for behavior, then I don't think it really matters what they believe. It matters how they behave. So if we don't want abortion clinics being bombed, if we don't want homosexuals being treated poorly, et cetera, whatever these negative outcomes are, it doesn't actually matter what's in their hearts and what their constructs are for these ideas. What actually matters is how they behave. So if you grant them their worldview, we could actually dig in on treating people well, on actually collaborating on success and wealth, as opposed to trying to fight and trying to change each other's minds, because what's in their minds matters in so far as behavior. But it's not just, you see what I'm saying? It's like, would you rather have somebody who's now adopted your point of view and treats people poorly, or would you have somebody who's rejected your point of view, but has been persuaded to treat people better than they had previously been treating people?
Okay. I had a feeling this kind of go this way because we've been skirting around the value statement through a lot of this conversation. I'd like that big picture idea of what we feel impact is. One was on just the idea of like whether or not it's working or not. Then there's a question about whether or not we think the outcome's going to be worth it or not. Now there's a question about going, how long do I want to allow credence that allows the Westboro Baptist Church to continue to exist? Like, how long do I let that fester before I hope that people that won't read that book that way get that way? So I'm banking then on somebody's wishful thinking.
So you're not going to change the Westboro Baptist Church's mind about the ontology of God, right? But you are likely to at least convert some of the younger people away. You're not going to, make them secular atheists, but you might be able to convince them not to treat people poorly and to behave in a way that is constructive to human flourishing, as opposed to working decidedly against it.
Would you agree that that's kind of a case-by-case basis?
It absolutely has to be. I don't see any alternative.
Right. And that's how I approach it. I approach it on a case-by-case basis, because we can say that, obviously, I mean, that this is why I so rarely find myself in conversations with people who are Jewish, who are like religiously Jewish, not just ethnically Jewish. And it's because the Jews, like religion, like people who are religiously Jewish, whether they're Orthodox or whatever, they typically don't engage in these behaviors that we're talking about, like the Westboro Baptist shit like this. They're typically very insular. They pretty much keep their worship in in the tabernacle, and they don't run around trying to influence legislation that dictates how other people can live. So therefore,
aside from Israel, Palestine,
do what?
Aside from Israel and Palestine, please continue.
Okay, we see that over there, yeah, and I do stand, but we recognize that there are many Jews in Israel that are completely against what Netanyahu and his campaign are doing. And
Absolutely.
so I would say that I would agree with those Jews more than I would obviously agree with the ones that think that God is, God is the one that's justifying the genocide that they're committing in Gaza. And so, yeah, we go along those lines. So I would say we take it case by case, but that's probably why, I'm here in the States. I don't know if you're in the States as well. I'm in the States.
Yes.
Yeah, so I find myself in conversations more often with extremist, fundamentalist, evangelical Christians. The hard cases, they're the ones I typically find myself in conversations with, because those who have already arrived at that point where it's like, I do agree with this. I mean, I have this belief. I hold it for utilitarian purposes, but I don't push it on other people because I don't know if it's actually true, but it does work for me. So therefore, I'm gonna function accordingly. Those are the people that the less extreme ones, the ones that are out there doing good for the sake of doing good, that I rarely find myself in conversations with, because they know that they can't defend it, but it's all good,
Fantastic. So listen, I do have to go. Instead of actually like wrapping up and summarizing my statement, which I'd normally do, or the thrust of my entire thing, I'm just going to go ahead and bow out. And if you guys would, hopefully, if you've enjoyed this conversation, you could do me the service of just telling me what you think it is I'm trying to say. Like, what would my summary be if I had time to actually give you my summary in outward state, my eulogy?
I would say that you're definitely pressing. My interpretation of this was that you're definitely pressing upon. It is very, very important to meet these people on equal ground and afford them the charitability of acknowledging their position and then addressing it with that charitability in order to affect a better outcome that can a better outcome in terms of their ongoing behavior, instead of just ramming it down their throats, like attacking them. Would that be close to what you're hitting at? Oh, awesome. Cool. And I agree with that. I love the conversations that I have that are totally chill and cool. Those are my favorite conversations. And I've had many of them, but it's the hard cases, like just to throw out an example, like Toronto, who we were talking about before. Those are the rough ones that we get into. So awesome. Okay, so Dan, I don't know if you had to go. I see that you're muted. So if we're good there, I'm going to put you down put you back down to the audience. Is that cool? Yeah, I'm assuming it's cool. Okay, good. Have a great one, Dan. Remember, I do this every third Sunday of the month. So the next one is going to be on February 15th, because we have a Friday the 13th in February, which makes me very happy. So the next one is February 15th. I will be doing this once again, Sunday morning. Feel free to come by anytime. Love to have you up on the stage. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, the value statement is kind of the big thing as far as finding out, where I was hoping to go. And it's a question about whether or not the actors are actually going to be coalescing in the direction you hope they will. Like how assured are you that something even more toxic won't arise from that method of thinking?
So I suspected that there was going to be, we're going to get down to that evaluation of the outcome. It's going to come down to the evaluator and what we think ought to be. It's going to be entirely subjective at the very beginning. But I agree with his approach as like the charitability, the equal footing. Don't put them on. Don't just like come out swinging, put them on the back foot. Allow them time to present and come at it more charitably. I get that absolutely. I just wish I would, and I know you, Andrew, have dealt with this. I wish that there were more individuals that we could engage with that were willing to engage that acted in that fashion. More often than not, we get the hard cases.
Yeah, that's as much a tone question about how we approach the discussion, because the discussion is the discussion regardless when you get down to it, because it is trying to get to the bare bones of epistemology and the like. That's where like people who like conversationally take people like what was his name, Anthony Magnabosco. He's always been in my back pocket because of his approach to street epistemology. So as a conversational actor, his tone and his demeanor does have those conversations in that kind of way, where it's more like it's pulling it out of them rather than confronting it directly. It's like it's allowing the confrontation to play out in the person's mind as they describe it to you. So that's just like a conversational style that can get them in a particular way.
Agreed.
Yeah. So that seems to satisfy a portion of the confrontational nature of what Dan was,
Agreed. But I will say this, that the fundamental differentiation between what Anthony does and what we do is Anthony's there in person with them. And so when you're standing there in front of the person and you had got a camera person standing right there recording the interaction, you've got a microphone at them and you're going back and forth. I think that the scenario that that people are in that situation, being face to face, behooves them behaving differently than they behave on the internet. And we kind of put ourselves at a disadvantage being here on the internet when a person doesn't really have the accountability of standing there being in person, because in person, when I've got people surrounding me and we're live and I'm like, the guy's talking to me in front of me, I'm less inclined to act like, to like spaz out and be like, blah, 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 blah. I'm less inclined to do that because I'm in public, So
the setting totally impacts this. It really does. But yeah, like the previous person up on stage, who had zero executive function to let a point come out.
True.
Yeah. Sometimes the medium does start to act as a bit of a funnel, the kind of interactions.
Mm-hmm.
There is an impact there. So.
But I like what Anthony does. It shows a tremendous degree of patience. If I was out in public doing these things myself, I probably would affect myself just like how I present myself in my content. I'd probably do the same thing and be able to be. It's just like online puts us doing this online when there's typically no faces. You know, I could very well be on my camera, you know, right now and show everybody my face. Although Discord is having difficulty, I'm just going to turn my camera off. But nonetheless,
camera contention.
Yeah. So when it comes down to it, we take the situations that we put ourselves in. But I agree with what Dan is saying. I agree. It's kind of like the heart of my channel, you know, of what Bridge the Divide is find these ways to approach these things. Well, we don't have anybody on the stage with their hands up, and I don't see any keyboard warriors in my live chat. But I do want to say hi to Turtle Moves. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Karen Davis back from the Reward Breakfast. Thank you for rejoining, Karen. Let's see. Joseph WW. Joseph, good to see you. And I think I saw some other people. Bob Nodell's Gyroscope. If I didn't say hi, good to see you. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. I think I see. I think we're all good. I think I caught We Are DNA. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Ryan Murphy as well. Good to see you. Robin Hood and Stevens. Good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate that. And I appreciate appreciate the super chats. And of course, if there are any like milestone chats out there on my YouTube, I love seeing those, seeing how long people have been a member of the Godless Army. I do always appreciate that. Eric Mishima. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. No hands up currently on the Discord stage, but I do see Bob Nodell there. I see Kalam Sagan there. Wish Epsilon, Dan still hanging out. Mogi, Chris, good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. We're getting close to 2. Typically, I usually end this in between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, depending upon how busy we are. So it seems like we're winding down a little bit. So unless we get somebody's hands up, Andrew, any thoughts about the conversations we had today, or?
Well, we did manage to cover quite a bit of ground and find at least a bit of resolution across the board. So, yeah, Dan's view, like that larger psychological, sociological arc of wondering what impacts we have. That'll also come down to like value judgments that we're going to make based on like the kind of situations we're looking to avoid. And I think it was Hitchens who described that. Only through things like the Bible you could bring a good person to atrocity.
Right.
I'm paraphrasing horribly, but I'm sure you know the quote better than I do. That it takes for a good person to become a bad person. God dang, now I'm screwing it up in my head. You know the one though. We know that quote. Dang it. I'll give you a second to collect it.
So Weinberg, I think was it Weinberg that originally,
here it is. If you want to get good people to do wicked things, you need religion. I found it. Yeah.
Yeah. See, let me see. Where the heck is that quote?
Yeah, the full quote says, "With or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion."
That's it. Yeah,
that's what I see quoted specifically.
Steven Weinberg. Yeah, that was physicist Steven Weinberg.
Oh, okay. Hitchens was famous for reiterating it.
Yeah.
So this is the question of like harm reduction. I guess that's because like when we're talking about valuation, that's probably the first go-to we're going to run into. Looking for harm reduction. So yeah, the fight takes on various flavors. When I'm dealing with like grandma and grandpa down the streets, one thing. When you're dealing with Westboro Baptist Church and abortion clinic bombers, you're dealing with another. So your mileage may vary. And they also occasionally take planes. Just saying.
Great.
Yeah. It ain't an easy road, and it's not an even road, and it's not a singular path. This is the flow of society as a whole. So Yeah. So yeah, just for the sociological value, I think we kind of pinned that down for our previous caller. The idea of taking the question, adding things to a picture, declaring necessities where one cannot justify. Yeah, that is always going to be that argument, and it's got to be made because somebody out there is going to listen to the other side, and they're going to go, okay. And it's good to kind of divest them of that.
Definitely.
You know.
Well,
So-
I do think we covered a bunch of ground. Even though I've dealt with Toronto Bible Study over on Mega Bloodbath a number of times, and it actually went a little bit better than I thought it was going to go. It pretty much went the direction I thought, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, or as bad as I've seen in the past. So I will give it that. But otherwise, I think we didn't have any trolls, and I think we had some overall decent conversations about some of this stuff, which I think was important. And so I think overall this was a successful stage of reason. I really do. Really quick, I see that Wicked Pissa has been a member of the Godless Army for 18 months. Thank you so much, Wicked Pissa. I do appreciate that support. And I hope you all enjoyed the custom emojis and all the stuff I've made for you. The more members we get, the more emojis I can release. And so I've got like emojis like in the back that I've made that I haven't been able to release yet. But the more channel members we get, and like I said, if you want to support the channel, you don't have to. But if you want to, it's 99 cents a month to do so. So that supports the channel, helps me to do what I do, and I appreciate that support. If you're able, and if you want to, so you rock. Hermeneutics for $5 super chat says, sending coffee money. Is it better to be born atheist? We all are, or to overcome an apologist nature through great effort deconstruction? I think that the willingness to deconstruct is extremely important. I think that being born an atheist, when we're born, we don't hold particular beliefs and stuff like that, I think is kind of unavoidable. So I think it's important to be willing to deconstruct. So the willingness to do that, to self-examine, is really important because that shows intellectual honesty and it shows a drive to be more interested in things that are actually true instead of just having one's own feelings validated. So I think that this shows tremendous character. That's just my subjective take on it. It's entirely subjective. It's entirely my subjective position, but I think it shows great character to be willing to challenge one's own position, but through the effort of deconstruction. So, because you're deconstructing it in order to examine it at its foundations, and then you see where you rebuild from there. Everyone should be willing to do that. So, very, very, which is why we saw for a small amount of time there was a big effort from evangelicals to demonize deconstruction. Greg Locke tried to do it, but it failed almost immediately because they're like, deconstruction is the worst thing you could do, blah, blah, blah. It's like, but it was so patently absurd that people just kind of like, yeah, whatever. And it didn't get much traction, but they tried. They tried to demonize critical thought. So
now in true subjective nature, I'm the other side of the coin. So very much, would it be better? If you don't have to go through the process to deconstruct someone, that's energy better spent elsewhere on the person who does need it.
Agreed.
There you go.
I'd agree with that.
It's like, if we didn't have to waste the energy, we should be in another solar system by now. Where would we be without the Dark Ages? Would it be better? Where are my space lasers?
That was in Family Guy. Family Guy did that. It's like they went to a reality where the Dark Ages never occurred and scientific progress was allowed to continue, and everything was just like phenomenally just better. I love the notion of Peter getting I know it's a cartoon, but the idea that Peter has some debilitating thing, he goes into a stem cell clinic and then comes out, he's perfectly fine. Why are we not funding this? Turtle Moves, thank you so much for the £2 for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that. Always need some more alternative energy around here. That joke is never going away, ever. I'm never going to live that down ever in my life. Ghosts are alternative energy. All right. So we're about it's 1:35 here. We've been going since 10 o'clock, technically 9:30. So I think we're in a good spot. Appreciate the people who have remained on the stage. I appreciate you hanging out with us. As I said, this is the Stage of Reason. I do this every third Sunday of the month. The next one will be on February 15th, same time, here on the Politics Discord server. And of course, if you like this kind of content, this is all I do on my channel. So if you like my channel, pop over and take a look at it and subscribe if you like, or interact with the content over there. I hope you dig it. And Andrew, anything you want to plug or anything you have going on?
No plugs for me. I'm here for the show and to enjoy the ride.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, on that one, with no hands up, I think I will go ahead and conclude this stage of reason. So I appreciate everybody hanging out on the Discord server. Remember, Politics Discord server made this possible. The link is in the description. You can click on there and join the Politics Discord server and join the conversation. So I appreciate that. Thank you all. Thank you, Andrew, for joining me. And I will
Always a fun time.
We will catch you all next month.
Ciao for now.
Peace. All right, let's remove that, and we're back to the main screen. Fantastic. I see Jay Patrick sent me a message. Continues to make me very... Oh, yes, the guy. Yeah, rebuke and reprove. Ugh, that dude. So, yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that. That was that. I think we had some good conversations there. I think we did. It definitely took my mind off of the shit that's going on out in the world as we speak. So that's the whole kind of point. So thank you, Andrew, again. Yes, good times as always. God times as always. But yeah, do this every third Sunday of the month. You can join me here on YouTube, or you can pop over to the Politics Discord server and come up on stage and talk to me about stuff, or ask questions, or present arguments, whatever you want to do. And I love doing that. Also, we mentioned it a few times. Taco is over at the Mega Bloodbath Debate channel, which is at Mega Bloodbath. So you can definitely check out the stuff out there. I'm over there usually pretty regularly. Hanging out and doing that stuff. So you can come and see the conversations we have over there. And that's pretty much it. So thank you all very much. I appreciate all of the super chats. Thank you, Karen Day, for the super chats. And thank you for the milestone chats. I appreciate those as well. And of course, if you'd like to support the channel membership is available. Links to get, Bridge the Divide gear is also in the description. All the support, your support allows me to continue doing stuff like this. It feels like with the support of viewers like you, is why I'm able to do this kind of stuff. So I do appreciate that. Of course, you just hanging out and listening, is just amazing. Is absolutely amazing, because you could choose to take your time or spend your time elsewhere. You chose to hang out here. So I'm just eternally grateful for that. So thank you all very much. And with that, we're going to close this one out. I'll see you on the next one. We have new content. I have new content coming out here on the channel here pretty soon, which I hope you all enjoy. I hope you enjoyed the last one, which was the comprehensive question breakdown from the channel, The Deity of Christ, from Jermaine. I hope you all enjoyed that. And of course, as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. I'll see y'all.